Morning.
Morning, Eric. Oh, look at that. You got the Fiker Dragons behind you. That was looking good. The Giants.
If I'm honest, my battery was running low.
That looks great, though.
Yeah. My wife actually painted that.
Really?
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
Hey, just to let you know, we're on a break right now, so feel free to
Hi, Bindi.
take a 5-minute break.
Thank you, board host.
No
Whoever-
problem. Oh, it's Tremaine. And you feel free to mute your mic too, just in case.
Okay.
Hello, Eric and Gordon.
Hello, Mr. Fortuna. How are you?
I'm fine.
Oh, good to see you.
Good morning, Mr. Porcina.
Oh, hi, Zach.
Sorry, there you are. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Looking forward to this one.
I can't wait. I'm a ball of fire. I'm sure Gordon is too.
Yeah,
I know Eric is.
let's go. Let's go.
Oh,
Yeah,
very good. Very good, Eric.
I got you, Eric. I'm right there with you. You can't see mine right now, but yep.
Cut me off at the last meeting.
That came from a place of love, though, I know.
My timer on.
I can hear you.
Hi, Dina.
No, this is Beth. I can hear you.
Oh, I was saying hi to Drina.
Good morning, guys.
Good
How
morning.
is everyone?
Morning.
Good morning,
Fabulous.
team.
Morning, Drina.
The fabulous Oak Grove team is in the house. That's where we are.
Hey, the dream team. is
Amen.
here.
Hello, Eugene.
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Forcina?
Doing well.
You're looking marvelous.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, is that a fish that
That's-
you see behind you on a plaque on the wall?
Pardon me?
I said, right behind you, I see this oval thing over your left shoulder. Is that a fish on there?
Yeah.
Ah. Are you a fisherman?
Yes.
Oh, we might have to do that sometime.
I fish a lot.
Dr. Christmas just bought himself a beautiful boat.
Yeah.
Oh, did you buy it?
Yeah,
My boat.
I traded in my bass boat about 9 years ago, and I've been saving up to get a Lund that can go out in the Delta. And so I finally put the down payment on it. My dad and I like to fish, and he gave up his Lund, so I knew I would need to start saving to buy mine. And fabulous boat. I got the 1875 Impact. It's a nice 19-footer.
Yeah, nice boat.
Yeah, only fishing. My brother wanted to know if it could do other stuff, and I said, yeah, it can, but it won't.
All right.
Yeah, we got dumped off of when we stopped the recording, so I got a message back to everybody to log back in. So as I see Beth Carmen, there's chat.
It's Crystal and Tony.
I don't see Tony.
Not yet.
I was not expecting to see Mr. Madison, and it is a very special event for you. Yeah, thank you for being here. That's amazing. I just wasn't sure if you were going to be here or not.
Oh, no, I'm here. Not gone yet.
All right.
Hear back from Crystal or Tony?
No, I have not yet. Let me make phone calls real quick.
You call Tony, I'll call Crystal.
I'm on here. I don't know. Can you hear me? But
Yep,
Now we
I
can-
don't know
we
if
hear you.
I'm here.
Okay,
Thank you.
there she is.
Now I can see you.
All right, I will try to make contact with Mr. Perez.
Your name says Christopher Hoffman. Crystal.
Sorry
I don't
about
know
that.
why the link. He sent me the link to get in.
That's hilarious.
There it goes.
That county's ICU just went over 85%.
Yep.
Oh.
Dompy's listening to that information right now.
All right, so now we're down to needing one person,
Yeah.
except we don't. We can start 1, 2, 4, but we try, give him another minute.
Beth, are you going to be adding all these extra minutes to my clock?
You got all sorts of time.
We got a lot of people to talk to this time.
I know it's going to be harder. It is, but yeah. By the time it comes to me, you guys have asked everything, so.
Okay, so we have Mr. Perez. We did make a little bit of an adjustment. So these next two groups have 15 more minutes than we had with the CO group because we do have larger groups. So we did make that that adjustment.
That's great. I'll just divvy up the time like I did last time and announce at the beginning, and we'll try to gracefully flow through.
Well, Eric gave me a hint. I'll have my timer on.
Thank you. Okay, we have I don't see, oh, there's Mr. Perez. Okay, great. We're all here. Let's start. We need to wait for it to say it's starting recording Zoom thing.
You are good. It's recording.
Thank you. I'm excited that we now have the Elk Grove region, and Dr. Bindi Grewal will introduce.
Thank you, President Albiani. From our Elk Grove region, we have the principal of Fikert Elementary, Eric Murchison. All right, there you go. Okay,
Hello.
and we have the principal at Markhoffer, Gordon Blackwood,
Good morning.
and our principal at McKee Elementary, Drina Freeman.
Good morning.
And Elk Grove Elementary, Dave Nevis has retired, so we are working on a replacement for Dave, and our VP is fairly new, so we won't have a principal or VP from Elk Grove Elementary. Our principal from Kerr Middle School is Zach Cheney.
Good morning.
And our principal at Elk Grove High, Eugene Christmas.
Morning, everybody.
And Eric, I think you're gonna get us started here.
I am. Good morning, everybody. Eric Murchison, principal at Ellen Fikert Elementary School, home of the Mighty Dragons. Superintendent Hoffman, board members and district leadership team, thank you for allowing us this time today to share about the Elk Grove region and the work we are facilitating in our schools, which we are fortunate enough to serve as the building principals. Drina Freeman, Gordon Blackwood, Dave Nevis in absentia, and I know he's thinking about us right now. Zach Cheney and Eugene Christmas and myself are humbled and pleased to report just a small amount of what we are doing to provide an excellent program during distance learning, and some information regarding the pending, albeit delayed, schools reopening plans. In addition, we'll be discussing distance learning, social emotional connections, and successes and challenges. As you know, the Elk Grove region is steeped in tradition and deep in innovation. Our focus today will include social emotional learning due to the time restrictions, and yet we're happy and proud to answer any questions you may have. Dr. Christmas will outline the region-specific work, which continues through this day at the end of our presentation. Again, thank you. And also, we'd like to take pause in the elementary division, and I know this applies to secondary, to give thanks and praise to Dr. Graywall, Martin Fine, Janet Anderson, and Liz Ruda. They've been the model of care and support and responsiveness during this time, and it's something that has helped us as we work with our students, staff, and school community. For our school, Fikert, I'd like to touch on just 4 areas briefly. And I took 14 minutes last time, so my regional critical friends in the team told me to click the start button, which I've just done. But as far as attendance goes, I'm proud to report we're at about 98%. We're working with students and families to provide communication and the importance of attending, as well as incentives for kiddos' monthly certificates. We actually use the US mail to send those, as well as stickers for the primary and intermediate classes that have top attendance percentages for each month. I'm well into several thousands of stickers at Amazon, as well as whole school. I made a deal with the entire student body that if we hit 100%, and if I'm honest, we got pretty close, that I would dress up as a dragon and play the ukulele on Bond Road. They did, and I did, and if you've seen that video, I apologize. It's been a challenge for some of our families, quite honestly, and I know that that's the case, certainly not throughout the region exclusively, but we're working with families to communicate the message, and including emails, calls home, and home visits. Except for probably a dozen days, I've called every single day to every single family that's on my list. And it also gives me the opportunity to check in to make sure there's no connectivity issues or anything on the tech side, as well as check in on the family just to see how they're doing and if they need any support. As far as academics go, we've collected our first round of data as far as assessments go. They have been limited, quite honestly. but it's given us at least a comparison from in terms of fluency, mathematics, and some writing between the beginning of the year and now. We were fortunate in that we made a commitment to technology. We were one-to-one Chromebooks before school closure. And so we've had lots of experience in the Google format and many of the websites. We've used some of our LCAP funding to provide teachers web-based formats and professional development, specifically in Reflex Math, IXL Math and English Language Arts, Seesaw, which has been flourishing through the primary grades, and others. And so with that, our region in the elementary decided to survey families. It's been about 6-8 weeks ago now, but we wanted to check in with them. Just a 4-question survey Gordon developed and shared with the team, and we got overwhelmingly positive results. As far as social and emotional learning, we've used our anchor, no pun intended, and our KFTV Dragon News to connect with kids and families during this time. We still maintain about 40 students and Mrs. Zanetti as our coordinator. And so that's our way to check in with kids and them check in with us. Kids will in Zoom record themselves, provide that to us, and then we broadcast out. And many thanks and praise and recognition to Tammy Knoll at Markoffer School and Gordon and their help in providing a phenomenal model. Tammy Knoll has been nothing but outstanding in supporting teachers and not only with video production, but also with Google Classroom and the Zoom formats. She did some guerrilla professional development this summer that we're keeping under our hat. Also, we've utilized our PBIS Tier 1 and 2 programs to continue our work in that area. We're still providing Dragon Scales for students who are being kind, safe, and responsible, golden tickets for our raffles each month, Royal Lunch and Dance Party, our Spirit Days, and we're currently planning with our student leadership team our first Spirit Rally of the school year. In student leadership, in addition, are conducting new student lunches. So if you're a new student to FICR, they come together on Zoom to welcome them. We also have a chants and cheers contest that's going on right now. Students can write a chant for their grade level and submit it. And as far as staff goes, connection to them, lots of calls and emails, Zoom visits, and just check-ins by phone. And again, I think we've taken lead from our leadership team. Dr. Graywall and her team have been phenomenal about just checking in with us. And so we've reciprocated with our staffs. As far as the reopen plan goes, the written plan is complete. We're waiting some signage that we'll plaster the campus with, but please know that we are ready for students. We are absolutely ready for students. Tremendous amounts of communication, not only with staff and specific grade levels and self-contained special education classrooms, paraprofessional, office, custodial, food service, but also, and more importantly, the families that we serve. We'll continue to meet, and with the numbers the way they are, that will necessitate, I know, with a probable delay. And also our video production services to for students and staff and teachers, kind of the day in the life of a student attending in-person and concurrent models. So our successes here at FICR have been continuing to utilize the PBIS tools and resources to connect to students virtually. And also our KFTV Dragon News has been an excellent way to continue that. And our challenges continue to be accountability and comprehensive assessments and attendance, but again, a challenge that we continue to meet. I apologize for brevity, but not to my regional team. And I'm happy to take questions, but if we're to hold them until the end, it's my privilege and honor to introduce the proud principal of Florence Markhofer Elementary School, home of the Mighty Mustangs, our friend and colleague, Mr. Gordon Blackwood.
So I'm thinking there are no questions for now, it's for later. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, we're good. We're going to let everyone speak and then we'll go through and each board member has a chance to ask questions.
Thank
All
you.
right. Very good. Very good. Well, I'll just start. First of all, Eric, thank you for recognizing Tammy Knoll. I had her a little bit in here too. I'm just going to touch real quickly on her efforts to get us going with Google Classroom starting last spring. She just has been tremendous, and I shared some of that information with Eric, and yeah, he had some of his teachers trained by her also. But actually, let me just start kind of over like I'm supposed to. Thank you again to all of you, Board President Albiani, board members. It's great to see you, Mr. Hoffman and Ms. Avalos, and to my esteemed colleagues from the district office. Thank you again. And I want to thank you for this opportunity. You know, in the past, it's been, not that I'm not nervous right now, but it was different. These meetings have transformed into genuine conversations. And quite frankly, I thank you for that. And we really value these as much as you do now. In the past, it just didn't quite feel that way, but thank you again. I'm just going to touch on a few things also here at Florence Markhofer. I'm going to go back to the survey real quick. Back in September, when we were first told that we were going to have these meetings, I had thought I had a pretty good sense of, you know, how distance learning was going, but you know, I could only see it from my perspective, where going into classrooms and seeing teachers with their engagement and the things that they were doing and students online. I had a little sense, obviously through phone calls and emails, the goods and the bads, the ups and the downs and the challenges that were happening in homes, but I didn't feel like I had enough. So I did develop a little 4-question survey, sent that out because I really wanted to know what was going on in their households. And so we just asked them, the simple question of how's, you know, is it working for you? What can we do better? Those basically what it boiled down to. If you'd bear with me, I had no idea what we were going to get. But when we got our results, I don't know if you can see this, I know it's not going to be very clear, but this is these are the results of questions 1 and 4. And number 1 is just simply how well is it going? And it's a 1 through 5 scale, and 1 being that's not working very well to 5 over here is working well for us. And it was a feel-good moment, and I shared it with the staff, and then I felt I really needed to share this with my colleagues, so I shared it with the other elementary principals. The lower one is how our tech support was, and that one was actually kind of personal to me. Again, it came out quite well. We were feeling pretty good about that. It was personal because I really did a lot of tech support in those early weeks, obviously along with our CRT and some other tech support from the front office. But I took that upon myself to really learn how this functioned and how we could get kids on and learning. In regards to our attendance, actually our attendance rate is up significantly. I attribute that to a couple things. 1, we don't have the masses at school spreading the germs to each other, whether it be the one that nobody wants to talk about or any other colds and flus. But frankly, I think the fact that we've had students attending school from all over the United States, and we actually had 1 student attending class at midnight in the Philippines, speaks wonders to those families. And yet the opportunity for them to go to school from anywhere in the world is just tremendous. As far as engagement, I think when I'm in classrooms, I see high quality engagement strategies from the teachers. I see the students engaged, obviously in the upper grades, 4th, 5th, and 6th, more in the 5th and 6th. They're the preteens. They don't want to turn their cameras on, but they sure are there and answering questions whenever called upon. So I think our engagement is actually pretty good too. As far as academic progress, I know Eric talked a little bit about this. One of the things that I did, I pulled a random selection of report cards that we just received back in November and compared those to report cards from a year ago of the same students. And quite frankly, there's not a big difference. Students are learning. Certainly there are some that have slipped a little bit, but there are definitely those who are flourishing in this format, probably due to the lack of social distractions that they come into when they're at school. But we also, in our benchmarks, as Eric mentioned, the reading fluency, the spelling inventory, and our math, they all look about the same as last year. So I feel like we're really educating the students. And we got off to a good start. Again, I'll just mention it one more time. We got off to a really strong start because of some of the work that one of my teachers, Mrs. Null, provided for the staff. In the area of social and emotional learning, just one thing I really wanted to highlight, our mental health therapist is running small groups with students. Students that were identified by teachers through the MTSS process. She's using the zones of regulation with them. That's a program where students learn how to regulate their emotions. And finally, we talked a little bit about the biggest challenges. And here at Markoffer, our biggest challenge was our PALS program, the self-contained classes. At Markoffer, we have the highly intensive program. And these are students who they're non-communicative. They do not speak. They have great issues and challenges when it comes to school, even during the regular school day. And frankly, the parents were not enamored by what they thought was going to be happening. They were adamant, oh, well, you can't really provide anything for my child. Through the efforts of my teachers, myself, and our program specialists, we worked diligently to get those kids, get those families, hey, just try it. Come on, try it. We'll work with you. How can we make it better? What can we do differently? And so that leads me to our greatest success. We currently have every one of those students and their families joining us on Zoom meetings. Again, the efforts that we put in, it was a big challenge at the beginning of the school year, but I think we were very successful at getting them rolled in. There are so many other things that I'd love to talk about, but I'll wait for the questions because of our time constraints. And at this point, it's my honor and privilege to hand this over to Mrs. Freeman, the principal at James McKee Elementary School. But again, I want to thank everybody here and wish you the happiest of holidays.
And good morning, everyone. Madam President, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Savalos, board members and district leadership. I'm going to briefly touch on also the distance learning experience here at McKee, but it's not dissimilar from what you've already heard from my two colleagues already. And then I'm going to highlight a few things that are unique to McKee in this environment. So starting with the attendance for distance learning, we're at 97%, which is just slightly higher than what we were in person and have been since I've been a principal at this school. We usually hover around 95, 96% in-person learning. So 97%, we're pretty consistent with that. That's been great. So I consider that a win for us. As well, our instruction seems to be spot on. Our teachers have really tackled that, handled that, and really have hunkered down with learning the tools that they need to be successful with the kids virtually, and the kids themselves in learning as I pop around classrooms. So I would say that's very strong, and it continues to be. One of the highlights I think I found that I really enjoy is in our 4th, 5th, and 6th grade classrooms. They actually all have adopted SEL journals. And so that's an opportunity for teachers to get a little glimpse as to what's going on with kids in their world, whether that's in school or outside of school, gives them opportunity to build relationships with them. And then it kind of gives us an opportunity to harp on anything that could be a red flag for us for MTSS process, getting them supports that they need. So I find that one of the best ideas that they've adopted, all of the classrooms have adopted in 4, 5, 6. So that's really great. Just like my colleagues before, I participated in the early parent survey that we just did. We adopted from Mr. Blackwell. And so I had about 120 families respond to that survey. And again, overwhelmingly, it was positive. I thought one of the best things I could take away from the survey was what could we do to help you here at McKee? What specifically could we do? And we actually read through myself and then shared with my VP and shared with the staff as well, all the open-ended responses to that. And one of the things I found was just a little tweak that we learned in the survey, just putting the Zoom link in the exact same spot in the Google Classroom really made a huge difference for families who have multiple kids and they're searching around trying to support their children. And it was just like a small little light bulb, but again, based on their experience and a school-wide discussion, we have now where the parent of any child at our site could find the Zoom link for their kid in the exact same spot in everybody's classroom. So it's just little things like that that you can learn to improve with reading those surveys. So I thought it was a win as well. Some unique things that we put into place in this environment is, of course, in this region, I'm the only school site that has the ACES program. And we started that on October 1st. We have 18 students in that program. The students who are in this program were definitely having problems staying connected, getting connected, maybe some outside influences that were also significant in their lives too that prevented them from staying connected. But since their attendance on October 1st, it has been a dramatic improvement in their engagement, in their work production. I hear that from the students themselves who enjoy coming on campus from 7:30 to 3:30 every day, as well as from the teachers and the families. And of course, as a result of that success, I have 10 families on a waiting list. So as soon as we're able to hire more staff members, right now we have 9 staff members who oversee that program, we'll be able to start up another cohort. But that is going phenomenally. And again, the attendance in that program is 100%. So I usually have all kids here all the time. So I'm extremely proud of that. One of the other unique things to McKee as well is at the beginning, because we are such a collaborative region, we were talking about our newcomers, and we were taking a look at what could we do in this environment to support that particular group of kids. And as a whole, we're not a high EL population region, but we want to do what we can to continue to support these. And this is really a unique group, those that have not been in this country more than a year. And I myself had 6 of those kids. And so I really felt I needed to do something. And talking with my colleagues, we came together, discussed what we could do. And anyway, we ended up collaborating with our EL coach and myself, and we have a partnership now where we started a regional newcomer class. It started in October. We have 9 kids in the program. 6 of them are mine, and 3 of them come from Elk Grove Elementary. We have a teacher who has a passion for this work at Elk Grove Elementary that has worked with me to provide the support of actually teaching that class on Wednesdays. So she started October 29th, and actually today is the last day for this term. She'll start up again in January. But it has been phenomenal again with keeping kids connected, with that translating back into their own classroom as far as their progress and learning and producing work and just understanding English and having a place for that. And of course, we started with a parent meeting to get their input and information and figure out what they need to support. And the design of the program, again, we used Imagine Learning. We also used the deck slides that EL actually put together for us in the Innovating Handbook. So that has been phenomenal. It's been a great piece of work, one that I'm very proud that we've been able to support those 9 families very well in this program. So that program is after school from 2:30 to 3:30 on Wednesdays. We continue with our AVID program in 456, all classrooms connected there. We do have the largest PALS pre-K program here at McKee. We have 69 of those students enrolled, all of them connected. Very proud of the work that the 7 teachers are doing with that particular group. And finally, we also have adapted our PBIS program to make sure that it fits the distance learning environment. So we created distance learning expectations, which were introduced way back in August, supported that through weekly recognition of the kids. We do a video each week, myself and the VP, where we read the names of the kids who are being recognized that week. We just finished our book fair online, where I purchased one book for each classroom for the winners for the kids for that week. So they're actually picking those up this week. I'm very excited for them. So it's been, overall, it's been a success. And there have been some struggles, no different than what you've already heard. I have many other things I'd love to highlight with you, but in the interest of time, I'm going to stop for there and allow you an opportunity to ask me questions later on. And I'm going to introduce now Zach Channing, our great middle school principal at Kerr. Go Knights.
Thanks, Drina. Wow, I can't talk as fast as Drina. I'm probably not as smart as her, and I'm definitely not going to cover as much ground as her. So I'll just go at my own pace. At age 50, I'm okay with that. So thank you, everybody, for joining me, for joining us as a region board. Couldn't be more thankful for your support. Mr. Forcina, in particular, thank you to you, sir, for your continued support, the conversations. John Dixon, I need to thank you. I don't see you on the call, but hopefully the word will travel. Fabulous director. Craig Murray, thank you for what you do for our entire secondary team. For the phone calls late at night, for the follow-up, you guys are the engine, and I'm deeply grateful for your commitment. And I'll just say, I couldn't do the work that I do without the team that I have with me, coming up beside me. So with that, I think the focus for me in March and April and May of last school year, as I saw the writing on the wall and realized that kind of the direction that we were going to be heading, how are we going to get kids, number one, to come to school at that point in time was my biggest focus. And I'm pleased to see that we went from what was a pretty traditional 95-point-something% of students attending school in a brick and mortar setting, which was always one of my biggest frustrations and challenges here at Kerr, to we're over 98% attendance currently. In fact, the actual number is 98.11% right now. And so I'm pleased with the number of students that are attending. And then having said that, we all know that a body isn't necessarily engaged. And so the question became, okay, how are we getting our kids engaged? How are we going to measure the engagement? So one of the things over the years that I hung my hat on and spoke to you last time we spoke as a team about was our PBIS team, our PBIS focus. It was something as a principal that I chose to hang my hat on. And it's something that I continue to focus on because I believe it addresses every aspect of what's important to the success of a child. With the PBIS piece come some activities as well. That's a huge part of student engagement. I have an amazing activities director named Chris Paris, who has done a fabulous job of trying to keep kids engaged, in addition to the efforts of our PBIS team. As I speak, we have Nightmare on Puberty Street assembly rally going here at Kerr. All you have to do is say puberty, and all of a sudden you got all the middle school kids' attention. And so that was real successful in itself. Kaiser sponsors it, for those who aren't familiar with it. And so the kids are engaging in that today. It's timely in that it's speaking to mental health. How do I know that I'm normal? How do I navigate the challenges that are in front of me, many of which are just inherent to being a middle school kid, and others that are unique to COVID? And where do I find help if I need help? We had Keith Hawkins come in and speak to us during Red Ribbon Week in October about positive mindset to tie into Arbinger work that we've done as a staff. Crucial work for kids as well. He spoke to leadership, effort during distance learning, and most importantly, positive mindset. With PBIS, we're focusing on prizes. We're focusing on reaching out to kids. We have a card It looks like this. Can you see that? It says "You Rock." And then on the back, it's a postcard. And on the back, there's an area for somebody to handwrite in a message. So to date, we've sent 500 of these out to students. Teachers have largely done it, but administrators have sent them as well, to tell the kids that they rock and to give them a reason why they rock. And that personal touch, them receiving that postcard, the families have been very responsive. The kids have been very appreciative. And we've also sent out over 3,200 Kerr kudos to date to students, which is a recognition and award that results in certificates, Chick-fil-A sandwiches, pizzas, prizes that we've collaborated together with our activities director and our PBIS team. I'm already looking at the time and realizing I'm over, so I'm apologizing in advance. I need to be more like Drina. Teacher recognition. So we also recognize our staff. We have something that's called Night's Watch. It's important to also support the mental health of the adults on our team, and there's nearly 100 of them here at Kerr. So we participate in thanking each other every week on Friday via something that we call Night's Watch, where we basically do Kerr Rocks for each other. We have interventions that continue to be in place. We have a depression group, an anxiety group that's going to be running starting again in January, every Monday for 30 minutes. Those kids self-refer, teachers refer them, parents refer them. They're referred through the MTSS process here at Kerr. I think it's valuable right now to focus on those things. We have a study hall, which we call a hangout, that we also use to capture students where they can just socialize, play video games, and be kids and enjoy each other's company. We're using bridge visits to reach families. We use Y-Tribe curriculum as part of our intervention work. Some of the winning that's going on in the classroom, just very briefly, and then I'll conclude. We have our ag science teachers as, I believe, a highlight. They are going on location, sometimes getting up at 2 in the morning and going to meet with local farmers and growers and videoing them interviewing the harvest process, the machinery, the reason behind the food, how it's grown, how it gets to distribution, how it gets to our tables. That's going way above and beyond a teacher's hours. They're adhering to farmers' hours to get these things done. And that's a perfect example of the good work that's being done, not just at Kerr, but across the district, as teachers recognize challenge as opportunity to do better. And so that's the blessing, and that's also the win in this process and in the challenges in front of us, is that people are adapting and they're overcoming. As far as grades, and then I'll conclude, we have currently 49% as of the end of term 1. 49% of our 7th graders have a 3.5 GPA or higher. 45% of our 8th graders have a 3.5 GPA or higher. And more than 80% of our students have a 2.0 or better currently. We have 50 students involved in intervention groups as of today. So thank you for your time. I look forward to questions. Thank you, Drina, for the introduction. And I will move on to Dr. Eugene Christmas, principal at Elk Grove High School. Chris, here you go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cheney. Greetings, Superintendent Hoffman, Board President Albiani, all of the board members and district colleagues. First, I want to say I can't say thank you enough to the board, Mr. Hoffman, the district, secondary education, especially Craig Murray, John Dixon, and their tireless support of schools and our efforts and the things that we're doing. We couldn't do the work without their support, and they give it constantly 24 hours a day. The Elk Grove High School staff has been working really hard since distance learning, creating, modifying, implementing distance learning curriculum, which obviously for everybody is very new. We've been averaging slightly above the district average for attendance, somewhere around 95 to 96% each week. And this has come from a combined effort of our certificated, classified, and administrative staff being dedicated to reaching out to our students, in regards to their attendance, and our parents to discuss every issue when it comes to light. And we're doing our best not to leave even one student behind. Our teaching staff, I can't say enough about our teaching staff. They are constantly working to engage all of our students. They're doing a great job. Through observations in online classrooms and teacher discussions, you can see that most of our students have been engaged on a regular basis. We still have students that don't always turn on their videos for various reasons. And we're working with them to, find out why and trying to encourage them to do so. But even the students with their videos off, they're giving answers, they're participating unsolicitedly. And overall, we continue to work with all of our students in an effort to engage them in those conversations, ascertain their comfort level, and try to find a way to help them succeed in these trying times. Teachers, they're pulling out all the stops. Many of them didn't use a lot of online tools, and they're engaging students with the use of programs like Edpuzzle, Kahootit, and others. My staff has learned how to use Zoom and Google Classroom. Teachers for the first time using technology that they never used before, and they're doing their best and really effective job. They're using breakout rooms, virtual presentations as they present ideas to students. I couldn't say enough about the instruction that the administrative team has seen our teachers doing on campus. Our greatest challenge has been to keep students engaged and connected, and that's where we continue to put most of our efforts. Teachers are offering tutoring. We schedule material pickups, send projects home. We're constantly giving our students challenges for them to complete both in and out of the classroom. And in turn, our greatest success has been our high attendance rate because of placing our effort in that area. And that's given us the opportunity to keep our students engaged. We're also engaging our students with different types and levels of activities through counseling, PBIS, community outreach, and even our ASB leadership providing challenges. We've just recently, in the last few months, started having porch visits to our most needy students. And we even turned our normal homecoming week, which obviously didn't happen with the canceling of sports and the situation where we're in, into a regional spirit week with our middle school and our 4 elementary schools all coming together. The activities included different versions of color days and other themes that included staff and students showing their spirit. Everyone took pictures, sent them into their various sites, and then we encapsulated them with a shared video that we provided to all the sites for all the students and parents to see in and out of the classroom. And we plan on doing another one in the spring. On a final note, our region is excelling. And I want to give a huge shout out to retired principal, Mr. Dave Nevis. He's a principal who just retired from Elk Grove Elementary, and he has helped us start meeting as a region. When we discussed, a few things, and we suggested starting to do this work, and he mentioned for the first time in more than 2 decades, as we've been meeting, working together and collaborating with this fabulous team that is giving you presentations. I give huge shout outs and kudos to all of them, because when Mr. Nevis and I walked around and asked people, everybody jumped on board immediately and was like, absolutely, and why aren't we, and let's go. And it's been fabulous working with the team that is presented to you today. I enjoy them, and even starting that right before pandemic with a brief pause, we continued meeting after that, and that's how our Spirit Week came about. And I want to commend them for their efforts as we started meeting last year, and as we continue to meet. I'm very excited as we move forward. We've been working on vertical articulation, and we're going to start with AVID and PBIS, and that movement's already going forward. They're teaching me a lot, and it's fabulous working with them. And we're going to start working on our other areas of our curriculum shortly after, so we can start other areas next year. And I want to applaud their efforts. Those meetings have culminated in items like our Regional Spirit Week that we put in place of homecoming, and it was truly a sight to see and enjoy. And I've shared the link, and I can share it again with the board members if you haven't seen it, but it was a very good time, and I'm very happy where our region is at. And thank you very much for taking the time to listen to us all.
You. We love to hear what's going on. We're going to start. We give each board member 8 to 10 minutes to ask questions, and they can formulate those as they wish. I'm going to go in the opposite direction this time. We'll start with Dr. Martina Soler.
Hello, thank you all for being here and for the updates that you provided. I did jot down a couple questions specifically. I know it was Mark Offord that had brought up the PALS program. And so I was just curious and I had a couple questions. How has the students been adjusting overall? And then the parents, what is the feedback that you're gathering from the program, from the parents?
So this, speaking to the first question, the students actually have adapted quite well. The challenge is it's kind of, they're almost like kindergartners, even if they're up in the upper grades or up, 10, 11 years old. The parents have to be there with them for the most part. I mean, these are students who'll just get up and leave. They even do that in school. They get up and elope out of the classroom. So, but honestly, they have adapted, and I just have to give a lot of credit to our program specialists. At the time, that we've had a change in our program specialists, but at the time it was Brenna Dillman. Through her efforts, working with the teachers and putting together a solid curriculum and program that would work online for these students. The students, I go into those classrooms now, and it's amazing the engagement. Literally, they're a lot of them have occupational therapy that they're doing, speech therapy, other kinds of things, but they're just doing a great. And truly, it was a challenge to get the parents on board. They were the ones that kind of dug their heels in and said, "This just isn't going to work for my child. I just don't see how this is going to work. I don't want them watching cartoons all day, or just how are you going to provide education?" And again, through our efforts of just, let's give it a try. What else can we do to make it work? We started handing out packets so that they can have some of the materials that they needed at home. And frankly, I've sat in about 5 of those IEPs. Oftentimes I don't get the opportunity to sit in those because I'm busy doing other things when we are in school session. But being in those, the parents have been nothing but gloating and happy and excited about what their children are learning. So I hope that answers your questions.
Yes, thank you for the feedback. I just wanted to hear how things were going because I know it is quite a bit of adjustment, and hearing that feedback is really crucial. I know a number of you also have alluded to the survey results, and I was very happy to hear that as well. The feedback you received from the parents and the community overall with the distance learning. I was just curious for any of the sites, are you able to offer any additional tutoring services for the students, or how have they been as far as connecting with the teachers for those that may be struggling?
I'll jump in really quick because I didn't really talk about this before. As far as intervention, we do have a primary intervention teacher who's working with our students that are struggling. When it comes to, and I'll be honest about this too, we had 2 students who we just gen ed students, and we just couldn't get online. Come to find out, they were suffering from some other mental illness type things. Through the work of our MHT and our school psychologists, we got them hooked up with Care Solace. Both of those children are now receiving the counseling and the assistance. Both of them had kind of tragic situations that happened actually over the summer. And they were both flourishing students. So it was devastating to see them just kind of drop off. But with all the supports that we have in place, with their back on, they're participating. They don't turn their cameras on, but they're there and they are learning. So, we'll take baby steps as best we can to get them there. But we do have an intervention program, and I know my colleagues do too. So I'll let you guys want to talk about that.
Yes, I'd like to talk about the AIT teacher that I have for K3. She definitely is pulling children in the afternoon in small groups, and those kids are thriving. She works together with the K3 teachers to put together an assessment, a pre-assessment first, and we do a post-assessment at the end of the trimester. But ongoingly, we provide feedback. There's ongoing collaborative conversations going on there. But in 4, 5, 6, I did ask each grade level to determine which kids needed tutoring. And actually, we have at least one teacher on each of the grade levels who do tutoring 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, after their 1:45 end time. So they do go back and they teach kids whether or not they're in their classroom or not, the ones that need additional support in either reading or math. And they determine what that subject matter is based on the grade level conversations they have on Mondays, their PLC time. So that's how we have done it here at McKee.
Thank you. And I would like to just add, Dr. Martinez-O'Leary, to your first question. I think in meeting with them yesterday, our unsung heroes for our PALS and TAC programs are our paraprofessionals. You know, they've really gone way above and beyond with almost, well, every single one of them has a teaching station. And so that they've been able to support the teachers, break the class size down in, 3 to 1, 2 to 1, 4 to 1 and such. And so unsung heroes, they've done a fantastic job supporting our teachers. As far as small groups and support for kiddos, I know our primary age classroom have been our focus, and I think the time that the teachers have built into their schedule to work with kiddos in small group have been tremendous. In addition, our Learning Center team is in full force and meeting with kids throughout the school day, and it's a challenge sometimes as we compete for a limited amount of time. And also, like Gordon and Drina talked about, our academic intervention teacher is currently serving K through 4, and we hope to add 5th and 6th grade after the new calendar year. So lots of support for kiddos in lots of different ways.
Thank you. I know you all are doing a great job, and I always look forward to hearing the updates from the different sites. And I appreciate the work that's being done. And I know this year has been a difficult one, to say the least, with all the navigation. So I appreciate all the updates.
Thank you. Mr. Fortuna, followed by Mr. Madison.
Thank you. Thank all of you. It's good to receive the information directly from you. I have a number of questions, but Eric and Gordon, thanks for recognizing Tammy. We have some incredible people, and certainly she's one of them. And it's great to hear the recognition. We have people throughout our systems, like I say, that go above and beyond, but I know that's really important. Eric, the video production and Dragon News are both wonderful examples of the way to provide information as well as have that engagement from students. And it's great that you've been able to continue that through the distant learning process. Do the teachers and or the kids share their thoughts about those two opportunities?
Oh, absolutely. And, I had a parent at the counter yesterday who unfortunately needed full-time care and is withdrawing, but she reassured me she will be back. And she said, I have to be honest with you, the one thing our family looks forward to each week is Dragon News and the videos that the team puts together. And, again, with a nod to Tammy Knoll, Mrs. Anetti has really embraced the role as coordinator and director and a teacher on a mission with a passion. And so it truly has been transformative for our campus. And I think we're in, I believe, year 3. And with the support of the folks at SEVA, we kind of started with some funding from our Dragon Dash, our fun run, and have built upon that program. And like I shared earlier, we have currently 40 students involved. And so a lot of the video production is literally handed over to kiddos. And so, and based on the feedback they receive in their classrooms, every teacher shows it every Friday. It's roughly 10 to 15 minutes. Then they go back into the virtual studio and then utilize their feedback to present different stories and connections. And like I said, the CARES, the PBIS Coalition recognized us with a compilation of videos from March through June, ways that we connected, not only showing what kids were doing at home, but also what families were doing at home. And so I was really proud of that work and proud of the fact that we took time to share the importance of the connections and what was going on in people's homes, because I think that was what was missing, was the connections.
Mr. Forcini,
Okay,
if I might, can I just add a real quick thing that Eric talked on, the SEVAs. We're also doing the video production, MM News from Home edition. And with the connection that we have with SEVA, they provided for all the students and for me a ring light. So it's a light you plug in and it turns on, and it gives you the kind of the proper look. I mean, there's not much that's going to improve this mug anyway, but and also a microphone that goes with it. And you literally put your phone in here, and so the kids are doing these recordings, and they're really coming out, almost professional looking. And I do one every week also, and I have my own little bit that I do each week in there too. But when he mentioned SEVA, I wanted to just bring that up too. They have just been an amazing support. And I know that Steve Mate is highly involved in that too. So just wanted to share.
Thank you. For the 3 of you, the elementary, for the 3 of you, with respect to PALs and ACEs, and I don't want to get into any political issues, but with having the students and staff on site, have there been any COVID-related issues of any kind?
I'm going to speak for McKee. The ACES program does not have any children or any families or anything that anyone is tested positive that I'm aware of. So that's something we obviously talk about on a consistent basis. And in my PALS program, again, I have 69 students and a robust staff that supports that. So I have 7 teachers and about 26 paras. And to the best of my knowledge at this point, none have been reported to me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And of the PALS program, none of the students are on campus.
Oh, they're not?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. And no issues to report here either.
Okay. Thank you. I'm being aware of my time here. I'm getting scared already. Gordon, you mentioned something that others have also mentioned, and that is the relationship between social distractions and student performance, and the fact that without those distractions with distance learning, there are, kids are doing better. What are you taking away from that you can incorporate in program once we're back to full-time
That's a really good question. You know, we have a pretty robust PBIS program too, just like, and that's something that is a thread throughout our entire region. I just want to mention that too, that all of our schools are steeped in PBIS traditions, and because we communicate so much, we're really doing a lot of the same things. Gosh, that's a good question, Mr. Forcina. I'm not sure at this point that I'm gonna be honest, I don't know that I've thought deeply about that, but how to, I'll be working on that. I'll be thinking about it, because really, yeah, what is it that we can do when we're back in school so that the social distractions don't happen? When I speak of that, it also, I will just say that it tends to be the 5th and 6th grade students. And again, I talked a little bit about being preteens and some of those type of distractions. We work hard at, trying to calm down and mitigate the social media things that can take place. So I'm going to give that some more thought. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think it certainly is an important issue, and folks have recognized the relationship between distraction and learning. And so, those are things we need to be looking at.
Something that if I can mention real quickly too, one of the things that happened in the survey, we heard real positive feedback about the small group instruction that was taking place. And because of the way the schedule is designed, I will also say that our designated ELD time is stronger than it's ever been, because those students, there are no other type of distractions. The teachers are one-on-one or small group of 2 or 3 kids. We don't have a lot of ELs, but even in 1st grade, typically in a workshop situation, they have to manage the whole class and then also have this small group of students. In this format, I think that's been really powerful. I've heard many teachers talk about how much they feel the students are getting out of that. How we can replicate that at school, I've given some thought to. Can we do times where we do PE, which I've done in the past? I'll take classes out for PE, and the teachers have their small group, but typically that's been so that they can do one-on-one assessing. So definitely something to think about, and I appreciate to think about it.
Thank you. Zach, a couple of weeks ago, I had opportunity to be in Chris Toodle's, one of his classes. Absolutely amazing what he was doing with the kids with respect to their engagement and his use of the breakout rooms. I was very, very impressed, as was I with both the videos that he has produced, as well as the videos from your ag teachers. The ag teacher videos are really special because they're in depth. They're not these little kind of like phony clips that don't mean anything. They're in depth and they're interesting and therefore become a great teaching tool. But like you were saying, those don't just happen. It's extra time, and I'm sure that the teachers recognize the support that they get from you, and they're willing to put in that time to go and do those kinds of activities. But absolutely super activities. Absolutely love the UROC postcards. What a nice way to provide, acknowledgement as well as your kudos. Those are just really nice ways to say, hey, we recognize you as an individual and what you're doing. Also, yeah, I'm at 11 minutes. I have my timer on.
Great, well, stop talking to me.
Well, you said Mr. Forchita.
Well, it's 11:42 now. Talk,
Okay.
finish up. Don't
And,
argue with me.
and people have said this in a number of ways. But Zach, you'd made a comment and I really appreciate it in terms of recognition of our teaching staff, and that is challenges the opportunity to do better because it is. And real quickly, Eugene, you know, I don't know all your programs as well as certainly ag, but they're knocking the ball out of the park in terms of trying to maintain the level of program that they and their students are used to on a regular basis. And it's good to have people like Mike Albiani and his staff that are there really working hard for kids. All right, I'm going to stop at 13 minutes.
Thank you for the comments. Thank you.
Zach.
Mr. Forcina.
Mr. Madison, followed by Mr. Perez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank everybody for their good reports today. I'm sure you spent a little bit of time on them, putting them together. I'm impressed that you guys are working as a good regional team. And I'm really impressed with the surveys too. I really appreciate that. It's one thing having a survey, but that survey has to mean something. And you folks have done a good job, it appears, on that digging into some of the issues that we may have with our parents and et cetera. I just have just a few questions that I want to, because you answered quite a few of them already through my previous colleagues, their question. Dr. Chrisman and Mr. Cheney, you know, we have an educational equity department. Didn't hear much from either one of you, the high school and middle school. Can you elaborate a little bit on that, what we're doing in terms of with your staff? I know there's difficult times when we're into this Zooming, but we are spending a lot of time on that in our board meetings. And so can each one of you kind of comment on that a little bit? Absolutely.
Educational equity is actually at the forefront of our agenda last year and this year. When I first came here, I actually started a student team of meeting with students that are leaders on campus, but not actually in leadership roles in groups from every sector on campus possible, including the students that hang out and play card games and stuff in the quad, to our drama students, to our athletes. And I transformed that student advisory council into my student equity council last year when Matthew Espinoza started his equity work with John Dixon and started rolling all that stuff out. This year I just put together a 4-person core team, and I have an 8-person team that is going to be moving forward as our staff equity team to advise my leadership group, and then also advise our staff on doing the equity work. One of my vice principals is on a national equity team through the Office of Equity, Ms. Dindy. And we also have a small group of teachers, about 13, that meet once a month to discuss issues of equity. They also do book reading, and my teacher in charge, Ms. Loveridge, has been providing equity reading materials. And we actually purchased 3 to 5 books that we have available to staff to check out and read, and then return to library to help push this work forward. And we're really excited about the direction we're going.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cheney.
So similar to what Mr. Christmas said, last year, actually the past 2 years, I've sent staff to the Equity Conference in Oakland for a week. We have done, and so at this point, I've had 20 staff members attend the Equity Conference for training on specifically on how to lead at the site level towards equity for all. We have a committee that we've composed, put together, That was at the end of last year. We had plans this year on attending the Equity Committee again in Oakland. Those plans fell through due to COVID. Having said that, there's work to be done. And so the committee hasn't been particularly active this year. I think that to be transparent in my response, I think that that's continued work that we need to do at Kerr. We've done work with the staff, again, last year and 2 years prior on implicit bias, as well as a construct that I took from the private sector, which is called the ladder of inference. It may be something that you haven't heard of, but I shared that information with my colleagues as well. And we put that information to work here with our staff members, which really is a focus on preconceived notions, how we arrive, if you can picture a ladder and starting at the bottom rung of the ladder, and then somehow hitting each step and making your way to the top rung of the ladder, each step being actual data that leads you to your final decision, and how we can learn to, rather than jump from the first step on the ladder to a conclusion at the top of the ladder without any data in between based on preconceived notions and perhaps life experiences, how important that is to learn to actually focus on actual real reality as opposed to preconceived notions or maybe implicit biases. So the other take on this, which may not be a traditional look at equity, because there's a number of different things. There's an equity of outcome, and then there's an equity of opportunity. And those two things are very different. You know, you can have, for instance, I was fairly athletic in college. I am no longer. If I were to compete against my former self, I would lose. The outcome would be my younger self would win. And that's going to be the case every single time for a number of different reasons. And so does that mean that the race is unfair? I don't know. The outcome may not be the same, but the opportunity needs to be equitable. And so I think what we've done with our intervention work is to try to level the playing field so that the students who are struggling, the students who have the challenges, for whatever the reason might be, family, opportunity, that we try to address those challenges and bring them back to a level playing field so they can participate on an even playing field with the rest of the students. So that, and my idea of equity tends to be focusing more on intervention work to level the playing field, not at the expense of attending equity conferences, because we've done that as well and we will continue to do that as well. That's also an important part of being introspective and reflecting on who we are as human beings. So there's still work to be done. We started the work several years ago, and now it's time for me as the principal to refocus now that some other things are kind of in place, and do that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Cheney. That was a very good answer there. And I'm just bringing this to the forefront because we're putting a lot of emphasis on this. And you folks are I call the CEO of your organization there. And if it's not driven by you, we simply aren't going to get to first base on it. And I have full confidence we're going to get there. So again, I appreciate your very candid your answers on that. It seems like it's in your forefront there. Yeah. And second, leading up to my question too, Dr. Christmas, you mentioned about porch visits, your most challenging students. Tell me about your challenging students there at Elk Grove High School. How are they broken down by subgroups? And
Well, basically our administrative team we actually ended up putting 2 people. Normally have 1 person on attendance, but with distance learning, we found that we needed 2. And so 2 of our administrators are working with our attendance technician, as well as our teachers. Teachers email in any attendance concerns to the entire administrative team. We all have our alphabets, and then we dive into that and/or work specifically with those administrators. And we reach out to the parents, and we usually get those referrals from teachers after they've made contact with the student, tried to make contact with the student and/or the teacher to rectify the issue. And then that's when my clerical team reaches out, and if they can't get any progress on it, then my admin team reaches out. And we started doing the porch visits, which is actually scheduling a time to go out and stand on their porch and meet with them. Unfortunately, due to the high rates of COVID, we actually just suspended them and made them more online instead of in person for staff safety. But teachers have volunteered, as well as our administrative staff and our counseling staff, and they go out in pairs and try to figure out what's going on with that individual student. It might be just they're not turning in assignments, or they're not attending on a regular basis, or they're tardy to class on a regular basis. And some just simply aren't choosing to attend, and we're trying to reach out to them as well, and get contact with them and find out why they're not, and if they are going to continue to go to school here, how can we get you engaged? How can we get you in class? It's the same issue as if it was in person, but without being able to go and find them in a classroom or talk to the parent and get them to come into our office. We have to go to them. And the FACE office has been great in working with us on the protocol so we can go out to houses and do it safely.
Okay, let me ask you this. You say we, how, if I may, how well are you yourself directed, involved with, say, some of your kids of color there, Hispanics, African Americans?
I'm pretty well directly involved with a lot of them. I have a few students from my MSU and my BSU on my equity council. And so we meet with them and talk with them on a regular basis. I still work and try to keep our kids connected through the BSU with the US BUC. And so I'm pretty actively involved with all of them. We also have a few students that are on our school site council that aren't of African American descent, from other ethnicities, that we've encouraged to stay and take part in leadership roles. And we're proud of their input on our council as well.
Okay. Then my last question I had for Ms. Freeman. Tell me a little bit on your AVID. You said you have an AVID program there?
That's correct.
Tell me a little bit.
Yeah, we started AVID last year. We were before COVID hit, of course. And that is, I started with our 5th and 6th grades last year. This year we had plans and and actually implemented expanding that out to now just start all of our 4, 5, 6 grades. So we have 9 classes that participate in AVID. So we all did the Summer Institute online this year to make sure everybody was well-trained and well-versed with the AVID philosophies. And then we've met with Jennifer Hubbard and Lindsay Paoli probably 2 or 3 times now. We've set our goals. We have 2 site goals here at McKeith for AVID. We have organization as one, which we held over from last year, and then focused note-taking, which again is a holdover from last year as well. So I feel very confident of the things that I see in the classroom and the work that kids are doing, that they're learning how to take notes, especially online. Definitely, it was a challenge initially to get kids organized online, as you can imagine. A big issue for us, giving them the supplies that they need, just making sure that they could find those things again when they needed them online. So all of those things have been pretty much been straightened out, but we have had lots of success. It really is a great way, again, to connect with kids and families, and to just see the team have another way that they can collaborate outside of their PLC time too. So those groups work, I guess you could say vertically as a team, because that's how we meet as a AVID site team. And then knowing I share my successes and challenges with my other 3 elementary sites, as well as the middle and high school. So that we've decided as a region that is something that we feel strongly about, would like to have our other elementary schools be a part of in the coming years when the money is available for them.
Well, I appreciate that. I think it's a good program. Particularly, I'm very impressed to see it at the elementary level. It just continues on into our middle and high schools. So with that, I appreciate all of your reports today, and I think you're a very strong region. And with that, I'll get off. I probably went over my time, Madam Chair, didn't I?
I know, but you know what? It's your last meeting. We're being real nice to you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Perez?
I yield my time to Chet Madison. You don't
Well,
go for that.
Yeah, I'm sure, Tony, you got a few things you might want to say. I think I probably talked long enough.
I'm tired.
Mr. Fortuna, he was admonished, so I thought I don't want to get too carried away.
All right, gentlemen.
Okay.
Mr. Perez, did you have any questions? And it is fine if we've gotten them answered for you.
All right, there was a few. Thank you very much for your presentation. Well done. And English language learners, what was the trigger? What was the spark in your head that said, "Hey, we need this type of services in your region"? What was it? How did that happen, Ms. Freeman?
Yes, for the newcomer class, really, it really resulted for me with my teachers is coming to me and letting me know that they had some newcomers in their class who they felt they did not want them to fall through the cracks, and really they were in the intermediate grades. And so I started there first, hearing their concerns, listening to what their concerns were, and then working with my EL coach, trying to determine, what do we have available for them, and then how do I connect with families? And when I really listened to my families about what they wanted, they really wanted some extra time for their kids to learn English. And so when we talked about what that true goal was, and as I brought that back to my region, and I just said, hey, how many of you are struggling as well? How do we leverage our resources? Because that's the other piece, right? We want to make sure that we're using our time and our finances as wisely as we could. And so when we thought about that, we partnered together, and it just so happened that Elk Grove and myself were the ones that had newcomers at their site. And they also were looking for a way to do just what I was experiencing. And I sent an email out to both of our sites to find out if there was any interest from teachers and leading this work for me. And then there was a person in 5th grade, Kim McHale, who has been wonderful. And she, responded to me right away, and I talked with her. She had a passion for this work. She had shared with me, how she was using her ELD time. And we talked about, what I saw as sort of the purpose for this. And as we again brought in our EL coach to find out what resources we had available to us, how we can make this work, we had our questions answered, and making sure she was supplied what she needed. Then we reached out to our families and said, this is what we'd like to offer. This is what the time we're thinking about. This is the day, what do you think about this? Getting their concerns, and then taking all that information and designing a program. I feel like it's one of the best things we've done in this work, especially in this environment as a group, because that work has really translated back into their individual classrooms to be able to keep with the teacher, to keep up with the teacher and understand, the language that the teacher is using, and being able to feel comfortable with asking questions and knowing how to find the support themselves online when they are looking to, work independently. And so I think overall it has kept kids connected to the work here at their individual sites and to their teachers, and then it's helped families to feel like they're supported.
So, since you mentioned that, so does the LCAPs of all these schools that are participating, does that reflect this plan or this project in the local LCAP of each elementary school that's participating? And is there enough funding for you to accomplish this project?
It most definitely is in my LCAP. Yes, it definitely, we went back and added those, revised those, and with our school site council had their blessings on that LCAP. And I know that the EL department has also extended anything that I needed in the way of curriculum or other supports. They have definitely reached out to me and told me that, just to let them know what I need.
So the actual program, is it like do they pull out, or these students come from all these elementary school on one site?
That's correct. So Ms. McHale, she has her her own Zoom link for the newcomers.
Very good.
And so they definitely log in. Initially, the first day I was there along with some parents as well as the EL coach. The EL coach also helped us to do the initial assessments with the kids so we can ascertain, where are all these students and where do we want to start our program, so that they were very involved and hands-on in that way as well. So yeah, they come in and I have a couple of those, couple of my newcomers in my ACES program. So even our ACES staff members know how to support them as well.
So, okay, this is at the elementary. Do you foresee a pipeline for the middle school and the high school and all that to
Well, definitely for
support
this
them
region,
through the whole process of their educational system in the Elk Grove Unified, or what?
this is new, so we'll keep evolving. So for sure, I foresee the Elk Grove region being able to sustain this, but it was definitely something we talked about programmatically, why I talked with Lucy Bollinger about as well. They have been looking at the program and evaluating, how well it's going and how they can duplicate that across other regions. But I definitely feel like that's a need.
Okay, and I'll cut this short. The last one, you mentioned survey, but I didn't see questions number 3 or 4 and the end results of the survey for your region, or what were the questions number 4? Were they?
So they were short answer responses from the families. Question 3 was, please specify what is working for students and families at Florence Markoffer. And then for the other schools, they obviously changed it to their schools' names in the distance learning format. And question 4 was, please specify what at X school can be approved upon to serve students and families in distance learning format. And they were written. These are the responses that we got. So there are pages of these.
And are we following up on those requests or suggestions? Were they pertinent to the their education?
In reality, there were not a lot of deep things, but there were some suggestions. Some of them were things that were out of our control, like being able to mute all the kids on Google Meets. Well, that's now been put in place by Google. Again, one of the things that kept coming up was small group. And it was interesting also, Ms. Freeman mentioned this, we had the same thing where they had multiple kids in the house and they couldn't quite figure out, okay, I got to get this kid on this way and get this kid on this way. So we systemized all of that. And that was probably the biggest one.
Very good, excellent. So they see some end results as a result of that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And the last question is that you have a waiting list of how many students? 10 families? And how can we get those people on board to help you?
So that was for my ACES program. And we are in the process of looking to hire more staff for the ACES program. So when I can have enough staff members to help service those 10 families, then I will bring them on board in a new cohort.
Okay. And the only thing I'm concerned about the ACES participation, I support that, but yet we need a system in place so you yourself, well, I know there's an application now, Apple, where that, if you were contacted within X amount of feet of somebody testing positive, you have feedback. So we need to get our students on those application programs that they're aware that a fellow students, fellow staff, or whatever, been exposed, and then, quarantine that and continue our programs, successful programs after schools. And keep up the good job for Region Elk Grove, and keep care and live safely.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. I have a few quick things. My colleagues have covered many things. Mr. Cheney, you said you've got 80% or better with a 2.0. When you look at your 20% you have left, what are some things that stand out? Are they continual at-risk children, or have you looked at their demographic makeup? How are you looking in working on that?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So of the 20%, I haven't captured the entire 20%. of that 20%, 50 of those students, and I don't know what percentage of the 20% that is.
Yes.
However, 50 of the students are in our intervention program, whether that's MTSS or our groups. And of those, the demographic breakdown is 12 African-American students, 22 white students, 6 American Indian, 6 Hispanic, 1 Vietnamese, and 1 Chinese student. So that's the specific breakdown of the kids that are in the intervention program right now. And I'll also say that what I do see as a challenge is not the number of unique students with Fs going up, but the number of students who have multiple Fs. So let's say we have 50 kids who have an F. You may have some of those 50 kids who have 3 Fs. And so it drives the numbers, the total numbers of Fs up, if that makes sense. So what I have noticed as a challenge that we're responding to through counseling and intervention is some students just flat bomb. Like they're not just necessarily failing one class.
Yeah.
They're failing them all. And so that's a little different. Typically we'll have kids that are failing classes here and there, but maybe not all of them, except for a handful that are highly, highly at risk for lots of different reasons. And so it's a good question. That's the breakdown, and the processes or interventions.
Yeah, just to focus on bringing those up. Mr. Christmas, I didn't hear how the grades turned out at Elk Grove High School. Do you have that?
Yes, the grades at Elk Grove High School, in the last quarter, it was not significantly different from what we experienced before. There were about 22% of our kids that did experience at least one or more DNF. We're concerned because some of the teachers have been talking about some of the students now that we're in the second quarter of distance learning, having difficulty turning in more assignments. So we're concerned of how that's going to look at the end of the second quarter. And we've already been exploring remediation opportunities through Edgenuity and other avenues, and been working with the district. Like right now we have 7 students, 2 African-American students, 3 other students that are in a business finance class that's being taught by a Laguna Creek teacher, along with some Laguna Creek students, basically trying to find ways to intervene specifically for the individual cases to keep them on track for graduation, and help them, basically mitigate the problems or issues that they've created. Also with the lack of having, class opportunities for extra credits like the block schools, we have issues in being able to offer remediation during the regular school day as it is. And so it's after school programs that we need to try to get the students engaged in. And even over summer school, we had approximately 30 students who didn't finish. We provided them all the opportunity to finish their biology class or their general science class or whatever class that it didn't actually complete if they were over 75%. And we only had 6 students out of the 30 that were willing to do that work, and only 3 actually finished it. And so we're trying to work on getting some of those back in the spring and offer them that opportunity again to get them back on track.
Okay, well, it sounds like you're focused on that and know who those are. So we wish you Godspeed with that. The ag videos, that sounds very exciting. Where are you showing them past? Are you sharing them in your region? Are you sharing them at your school? Where are those going, Mr. Cheney?
Yeah, I put them out just as a point of celebration. I put them out to all my staff so that they could see them. And anybody that's requested them, I forwarded to them as well. So anybody that wants to see them, I'm happy to send them. I've got the links. So if you have an interest, just shoot me an email and I'll respond with the videos.
Zach, send those to Santi, because we've been adding things at the end of the Friday communications that go out to all of our communities, just to share examples of things that are going on. So if you can forward those to Santi, that'd be great.
I'd love to. They're a little bit long, just a heads up. You may have to sit for a while to see them through, or fast forward and catch bits and pieces as you go.
Appreciate
Takes
it.
a while to grow something.
Yeah.
2 more points, and then I know we've gone over, but I'm gonna steal some time here. So your PLCs are still happening? Thumbs up? Yeah. Okay, great. I am thrilled, like so thrilled that you're working as a region. I have watched that make a change in our district when a region gets together. I have experienced it with my own children. It is a game changer, and I applaud your commitment to that so much. I applaud your commitment and your acceptance to open conversation with your people like that. It's you're putting yourself out there to say, what are we doing wrong? What can we do better? And I don't think there's a better way to grow and to take that, as Mr. Fortuna said, I don't know if it was this one, but your challenges, your opportunities, to make them into your opportunities and to make allies, because everybody's in a very hard situation, and being honest and transparent of your best intention is priceless, and you will gain allies that will last you for years. So I really applaud that. I think going from Avid in your region is an exciting move, great move. The articulation talk, I experienced that with my own children. It was a game changer. And the fact you're still doing things, what can we do versus what can't we do? So that attitude, I just want to push. Mr. Blackwood, I work with my family at the food bank on the weekends, and a large load of things came from your school last weekend. I believe 540 pounds of food and a bunch of jackets. And so those things are appreciated very much so. And they're known in your good work is known throughout the community as a region as well. So I just applaud that.
Thank you.
I think that's it. I think that our teachers got we got the rest asked. So thank you very much for your time today. Now we all know what our students feel like. This is a lot of time on Zoom. So let's all.
Ms. Albiani, if I could just take one moment, on behalf of the region, just want to give thanks and praise to Mr. Madison. He's been the voice of reason and calm and wisdom for our entire school district, and the compassion he's shown for each student and every single school community member in this district has been unparalleled. And so we're humbled. We'll miss you dearly, and we wish you the very, very best in your next phase.
Eric, I really appreciate that. And from all of you, as Beth indicated, you have a good, strong region there. And we have a wonderful, wonderful school district. And I look forward to just seeing you guys continue to flourish. And trust me, I'll still be watching closely. So again, I appreciate it very much in the kind words.
Mr. Madison, I don't want to steal your thunder. I had one more thought I'd like to share with the group, the leadership group we have here. You guys are doing incredible things like Mr. Cheney with the ag things. Please push those up. There's no reason we're not sharing them across the district. If your elementary teachers have transferred everything in chapter 2 of Wonders into a Google Doc, let's get it somewhere everybody can get to it. Please push it up to Mr. Murray. Please push your documents up to Dr. Grewal, and let's not have people all trying to be independent. Let's get this done together. Those resources are being developed right now, and you've got to push them out to help people. I figured out a great art event we can do over line in this unit. Let people know. Please don't keep your excellence to yourself. Please. We come back at 1:45.
Question.
Yes, Mr. Press.
I noticed that my computer or my Zoom meeting has gone off 2 times already during this morning. Has that happened to other board members?
Well, everybody got dropped off once. If
Okay.
there was a second time, I'm not sure about that. And it's one of the challenges with Zoom. Of all the great things that they have, there are pieces where folks drop out from Zoom. And so if it happens, the best thing you do is just get logged back in as quickly as you can.
Oh, well, I just didn't do nothing. It just seemed like it overpowered or just went out temporarily. Then it just rebooted.
Hey,
Yeah,
Tony,
Zoom.
if you have an Ethernet cable, you can connect that to your router and that
Oh,
should
yeah, I
solve
do.
it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Beth,
Yes.
we apparently have a couple extra minutes, it looks like to me.
No, we're supposed to be done at 1:15. We're currently 7 minutes over.
Oh, okay.
Nice try.
We have a half-hour lunch.
Okay.
Oh, you
I'm
still
gonna
wanna
eat
talk?
something.
I had one question for Drina.
1:45. You want a
Okay.
question? You have a question? I mean, whoever wants to stand and speak with you is welcome to.
Okay, great. Drina, can you stick?
I will.
All
Okay,
right.
thank you. I'll see you guys at 1:45.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so Drina, I was wondering, in terms of the Avid,
Yes.
where have you gotten the funding to be able to do that?
Well, and you know, McKee, over time, we are not Title I, but we are Title I like, right? So we
Right.
bump up against that number. So I get my money from supplemental. That's just part of the LCAP plan
Okay.
for us. Yeah.
That's where it comes from for you.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. I was just wondering where the money was coming from because it takes extra.
It does, but it's a priority for us. So thank you very much for asking.
All right. Thank you.
Have a great night.
All right. How is everyone? We're all well. That's good.
We're all well.
Good.
How are you?
Very good.
I'm terrific.
Awesome.
Long day.
Yeah, not bad.
Lots of Zoom.
Not bad at all.
So Fortina is the Zoom master.
Well, Beth, you're working on 2 days of long Zoom days.
Oh, it's just so fun. But I'm not a teacher. Those are long days, I imagine. My kids, those
Oh,
teachers,
heck yeah.
a lot.
Yesterday was a long day in Zoom.
It was.
Interviews in the morning, followed by principals meeting right after that, followed by leadership after that.
Oh, wow.
It was pretty much 8:30 till 4:45.
Holy Toledo.
And I had Title IX principals meeting and then into our PBIS tier 2. It was like back to back. And then I think I had an IEP in between. It was.
Yeah, you did have one because you
sounds like
texted me
some of
that
my
you would
days.
get back
I
to
was
me.
exhausted.
You get home rubbing your eyes?
Yeah.
No
How
problem.
so
is-
tired.
Yeah, no problem as long as they're providing drinks.
Yeah. That's what's missing in all the Zoom stuff. Who's got the drink?
Yeah. Yeah.
Funny.
Can we have a board policy around that, Mr. Fortina?
Sure, Marty.
So many directions that conversation could go.
Yeah. And we're recording, so probably not.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's not.
I'm going to be interviewing 4 teachers right after this. So more via Zoom. So more
Yeah.
Zoom to come.
Oh, I just got word.
What was that?
I just literally got off the phone with one of our colleagues who called to say that a teacher that had signed on to do a long-term kindergarten sub job starting in January
Yep.
was taking a temporary position at their site.
I have. So they need a kinder person.
I need a kinder person.
I have a number of people who applied for our 5th grade position, and all their experience is kinder.
Oh, if you've got some kindergarten people,
yeah.
send me some names.
Yeah,
That's
I will.
what I'm
I'll
doing
go
after
through
I
it
get done.
tonight. I'll go through it tonight and send them to you.
Appreciate it. Thanks,
Yay.
Sandy.
If I could get a waiver, I'd come and do it.
Oh, you got first dibs.
It'd be awesome.
My favorite grade.
You got first dibs. I can
Yeah,
put you in
Zooming
for the
with
first
kinder.
30 days then.
Yeah.
All right, you're on.
So you don't need my numbers anymore.
Not yet. Send them anyway.
All
I
right.
don't have the waiver.
I was gonna say, the waiver's not there yet.
Funny.
I appreciate the offer though.
Just FYI, the public's listening to us right now, so just a heads up.
Okay.
It's all
Thank you.
good, but just FYI. Something in Zoom right now.
I'll quiet a room. That's the best part of talking. You guys can help each other.
It's a good side of collaboration right there.
Okay, who do we have back? I've got Carmine, myself.
And that would be it.
Thank you to everybody else who's here. I do need to wait for a few more board members to be able to start again.
Now you got 4. You
I
can
got
go.
Crystal in chat, and I have Mr. Perez. He's on the screen. I think you're back there, Mr. Perez. Let's go. Thank you to all our guests for coming today, and Miss Greenwald, if you would start us off. Dr. Greenwald.
Welcome, Pleasant Grove region. Good to see all of you. There's 11 principals that will be presenting. So I'll start with introductions here. And if you can please wave and say hello. Mike Golden with McGarvey. Marty Hawk with Sunrise.
Hello, everyone.
Mike Bloomquist with Casumnes. Sandy Weiss with Dillard. Patty Heck with Sierra. Mark Vieira with Adriani. Deidre Wood with Pleasant Grove Elementary. Jason Campbell at Beatty Elementary. Bree Bahar at Albioni Middle School. Toby Page with Calvine Continuation. And Tegan Keplinger with Pleasant Grove High School. All right, Mike, I think I set them in order. You're going to be starting and Tegan's going to be ending. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
There's that little matter, isn't there?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Board President Albioni, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, and members of the cabinet. I'm privileged to open the Pleasant Grove Region's presentation with you today. Our region is like a high-performance car, collaborative, adaptable, resilient. For this, I have to start by thanking our incredibly supportive division leadership teams, Bindi, Craig, and every one of our amazing directors. The pandemic can't stop us and our faculties from caring for and supporting our families. Nor can COVID keep our office teams and our administrators from assisting our teachers and our communities. Early on, we were all treading water, playing catch up from last spring. Our schools began the year operating on the level of our individual health and safety concerns. However, in short order, our site teams adapted. Each of the principals before you has been amazed by the transformational work of our teachers this year, including their exceptional efforts to engage students and connect with families. I speak for my colleagues in saying we've been inspired by the successes and motivated by the challenges this year has presented. This afternoon, you will hear about the incredible collaboration with our partners in student support and health services to identify and meet the emotional, health, and safety needs of our students, families, and our staff members. How we have almost entirely caught up on IEPs, 504 plans, and LPAC assessments from last spring and early this fall. About teacher participation in district and other professional development to build personal technological proficiency, then sharing that knowledge and skill set with their peers. About student progress monitoring and distance learning intervention that our high-functioning PLCs and department teams are implementing. About the multifaceted approach each site is using to engage students and communicate with all families. About our collaboration with our plans for a safe, efficient, and effective onboarding of in-person concurrent instruction when that time comes. And last but certainly not least, our region's continuing efforts to address complex yet surmountable challenges like educational equity, social justice, and TK-12 vertical articulation. We're grateful to our respective division teams, business services and facilities, finance and school support, and education services for their ever-present support. Thank you for the time to share this brief regional overview. Each of us now looks forward to sharing some site-specific details of our distance learning work. And the first site to share is mine. You get me a second time. Thank you for this opportunity to share what this new unrehearsed model of education looks like at each of our school sites. At Robert J. McGarvey, my vice principal, Will Jones, and I have been thoroughly impressed by the positive mindset of students, staff, and families, as well as the flexibility, professional growth, and resilience of our educators. Challenges have gone hand in hand with successes, but our children are making progress toward grade level expectations, and I'm proud to report that while there's still work to do, the vast majority of our students are progressing. We're especially proud of the progress of our youngest students in their developing early literacy. This afternoon, I hope to paint a picture of how distance learning is going through the lenses of the Framework for High Quality Instruction, PBIS and SEL, and our PLC culture. I'm going to begin with high quality instructional lens because it starts with gratitude for our curriculum professional learning department and their instructional coaches, as their support in this area has been instrumental. Our whole staff professional learning thus far this year has been focused on SEL, with plans to shift that focus as we're able back to high quality instruction in January. Our guiding coalition, our leadership team, has been hard at work developing a culture of character framework that merges academic enablers with the Castle core competencies and our site learner profile. What it will look like in the end is essentially an elementary version of the graduate profile. In so much as grades reflect progress, we note that grades this year closely resemble grades from last year, with a 3.33 average GPA this year compared to a 3.34 average GPA last year, and that's for grades 3 through 6. Our work around SEL has been at the forefront of distance learning. We've got lots of wonderful things going on in that regard. I'm just going to highlight a couple, and hopefully we can get to some in questions and answers at the end. Each week, I ask teachers to share one or more names with me for Fantastic Friday phone calls. Sometimes they become Magnificent Monday, Terrific Tuesday, and so on. This year, we've added an element where staff and parents can recognize one another as well. We make those calls the same way. We've had 328 of those phone calls thus far this year. Our PBIS Tier 1 and Tier 2 teams meet monthly and weekly respectively. We thank the board for your continued support of our mental health therapists and our behaviorists to support our PBIS work. Our Tier 2 team has met to discuss weekly to address requests for assistance this year. To date, we've received and serviced 41 of those RFAs, including 18 504 plans, 6 SSTs, 4 family support team meetings, and 1 crisis reentry meeting. Our teachers have all been trained in responsive classroom strategies, including morning meetings. And we believe our culture and climate survey data reflects the positive outcomes. In this fall's responses, students placed us in the top decile in all 5 core competencies. Relative to our PLC culture, our teams are administering diagnostic data. They're sharing it through distance learning. They've begun loading their trimesterly formative and benchmark data into Illuminate. And they're also reporting out specific subgroup data on our English learners, our homeless youth, our foster youth, and our students with disabilities. Challenges and successes, as I mentioned earlier, have run hand in hand with one another. With regards to challenges, our Tier 3 intervention team is doing incredible work through distance learning. For some students, though, this is still not enough. This is an area where we continue to work and to expand opportunities and to monitor progress. Student motivation continues to be a challenge. Finding adequate substitutes for in-person connections, student to student, student to adult, and adult to adult has been a challenge. And then keeping up with situations outside of school. We've had 2 families representing 4 students who have become homeless since the beginning of this school year. But our successes are important. Teachers are engaging students and families from wherever they are. Attendance is at about 98% overall, and it's even higher for our foster youth and our EL subgroups. Drive-through pickups and drop-offs of materials, while not ideal, is working. We've caught up on all our IEPs and 504s from March last year through now. All of our initial LPAC assessments have been completed. Parents are connecting through teachers' blogs. We're trying to stick to as much normalcy and routine as we can, including our weekly culture of character dress days, tie-dye Tuesdays, where will we go Wednesdays, Pod Pride Thursdays, and Spirit Fridays, and connecting with our partners. Our Safe Routes to School partners with some Get Out and Go Movember exercises, our PFO, 6 days of holidays, virtual dances, and some dinner night takeout fundraisers, Crest Science, 916 Inc. with our SCOE and City of Rancho Cordova partners, and online band and choir with our partners, the Sacramento Mandarins. I'm going to close my quick presentation here with some words from a teacher. And I think these are reflective of my thoughts about this year so far. I'm so proud to be an educator at Robert J. McGarvey Elementary and work with such an amazing and resilient staff. From the day we opened, we overcame so many obstacles and united as a school to make it all happen for our students and families. I feel that so much of our success attributed to the responsive classroom trainings we received in the spring before school opened. It was like a summer camp for us, and the relationships, friendships, and mutual respect we developed as a staff for each other helped us to overcome helped us to overcome anything, to make our first and subsequent years a success, in particular this year. Our school is so unique that many of our own staff members live in the community, and how many more of us who choose children attend our school. As a parent and a teacher at RJMES, I'm grateful for the education my children are receiving, not only in academics, but also in building character and in the importance of social emotional learning that is being developed within the school family. Thank you for your time today, and I now pass the rein stick to Mr. Marty Hawk and Sunrise Elementary School.
All right, thank you, Mike, for leading the way for our Pleasant Grove region and for beginning this conversation. Likewise, with Robert J. McGarvey Elementary and my colleagues, as well as my Vice Principal Wilbert Vialta, I've been thoroughly impressed with the positive mindset of our students, our staff, and our families, the innovation and the adaptability that I've seen, and the tremendous effort that has characterized our system. Like Mike, I'll report on how distance learning is going through the lenses of the framework for high quality instruction, positive behavior interventions and supports, and social emotional learning, as well as our professional learning community culture and systems. So I'll start with FHQI. Sunrise began last year by hosting principals on a collaborative walkthrough, looking for positive evidence reflected in the framework for high quality instruction and in our current instructional practices. That led us to going through a process of establishing learning targets and success criteria as our collective instructional focus. I've designed, developed, and delivered professional learning around this principle of the FHQI schema. Teachers are regularly beginning their lessons with the learning target so as to maximize teacher and student clarity and establish the purpose for learning for students, and providing exemplars of student work so that students, even in a distance learning format, can rise to the expectations. Through the lens of PBIS and SEL, Sunrise has recently earned the silver level for PBIS recognition with a steady decrease in our discipline referral and suspension incidents. Our Sunrise community continues to explicitly teach our 3 R's of be respectful, be responsible, and be resilient through our morning announcement routine videos via our Spartan TV and YouTube channel, our weekly Spartan Shield celebrations, and our virtual monthly character awards and assemblies that continue on even though they're virtual. Our PBIS Tier 1 team meets monthly to address best practices for virtual classroom management and to clarify our matrix for teacher-handled concerns versus admin-handled concerns, and to find creative ways to build connection and community, albeit virtually. Our PBIS Tier 2 team meets weekly to address requests for assistance for academics, social, emotional, and behavioral challenges. To date, we've received and serviced 19 RFAs ranging from needs for SSTs and 504s to support families with homelessness, to mental health needs and behavioral challenges. We'll be implementing the Culturally Responsive Minds SEL curriculum in partnership with Matt Espinosa's office and the Office of Equity. In the meantime, our Sunrise staff, like Mike's school, has been utilizing morning meetings and one-to-one Zoom sessions to care for the social emotional needs of our children. Through the lens of PLCs, since I've been at Sunrise, we have worked hard to establish, maintain, and refine our PLC culture and systems. For the past several years, we've developed our scope and sequence for mathematics with a focus on problem solving, and our summative assessment scores have increased. This year, we're developing our scope and sequence for writing instruction. Our goal is to develop teacher clarity and familiarity with the expectations and rigor of the standards, leverage informational writing through cross-curricular contexts. So some of the strengths we've experienced and we've realized this for the last several months is that we've learned that exemplary educators can teach and engage students and families from anywhere. Our PLC culture and systems focused on knowing students by name and by need have helped to target support as well as inform programmatic responses to that data. Our staff have participated in porch visits, created drive-through pickups of materials, addressed connectivity issues, and increased our communication with families multiple folds. And we have an amazingly supportive community. Some challenges faced, just incidental issues with the integrity of our assessments and student work and the balance between parent support and parent enabling. Not having personal in-person touch with at-risk students is a challenge. And then just navigating our systems of supports for families who are losing work, losing their homes, poor health issues, or financial issues is a challenge. So with this, I'll hand off to my colleague, Mike Blomquist from Cosumnes River Elementary. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Marty. First of all, I just want to say this is a pleasure to be here today to address you all for the first time as the principal at Cosumnes River Elementary School. And of course, it's been challenging. It's also been very rewarding. And through my pretty long career in education, I can honestly say I've never had a start of a school year like this. And some of my personal challenges have actually been trying to get to know my staff and my families on a deeper level since I really didn't, I mean, I know people who live here. I've lived in the Elk Grove community for a long time, but I'm continuing to try to work on expanding that base and see where we can go with that. But I do want to echo what Mike and Marty have said. I have been so impressed with the resilience, the adaptability, the flexibility of our teachers, our students, and our parents. And probably in order of students first, because students always seems to be more adaptable and flexible than the adults that follow. But it's truly been wonderful visiting these classrooms. Not only, I mean, at the beginning of the year, I was impressed with what I was seeing. And as we continue on, we're just getting more intentional and more explicit with the types of things that we're doing. And it's really paying off in terms of student achievement. So as we've talked about before, I am addressing some of the things we're doing specifically in our three areas of the high quality instruction, SEL, PBIS work, and our PLCs. And just in terms of that classroom instruction and the improvement that there's been, I think a real strength that Cosumnes River Elementary School has been active engagement or active participation in the class. I go through and I see so many old standbys when I'm visiting rooms, teachers utilizing signals and thumbs up and tell me yes or no, but also whiteboards are being used. A lot of times they say, move your camera down so I can see what you're working on. So a lot of those kind of, I said the old standbys, but so many more technically advanced as well. Breakout rooms, chat feature, classroom polls, Google Slide, Edpuzzle, ScreenPass, Castify. I mean, I'm going on, and those are just the ones I see most frequently in class. It's just been amazing to watch this develop, and especially as the students get used to these things, how they are just flourishing. Our teachers focus all of their lessons on the grade level standards and learning targets and success indicators, and many to most kind of embed those in the materials that they're sharing with the class that lead through the instructions. So they'll introduce the unit on a Google slide or document and talk, here's our learning target and our success indicators. In terms of active talk in the classroom, been impressed with so many of our teachers of focus on that academic vocabulary and then providing structured collaborative conversations through breakout rooms or other. And even, the little things which still are important, insisting that our students ask and answer questions in complete sentences, which is just such a way to make sure that you can embed that key vocabulary, to increase academic language, but also to increase knowledge of the learning target. So creative too in their use of some gathering formative assessment data in the classrooms. I think my favorite is Google Slides, where the student is doing their work on the Google slide and the teacher can kind of hover over top and actually see what they're typing as they're going on and provide that immediate feedback and information. They're using students use the private chat to share your answers for these questions, all kinds of other things that you're seeing so that they can see that formative assessment, as well as some of their weekly chat assessments and weekly tests and quizzes. They're using that information though in a way where then they can provide that differentiated small group instruction, which we're really utilizing our afternoon sessions for. And just some of these things they're sending out, it's amazing. Don't forget your reading group is Tuesdays and Thursdays. And our kids are just, yep, I'll be there. And it's just really been exciting to see for such a majority. We've had those ongoing conversations about social emotional learning. trying to continue the activities that were already present here prior to entering the distance learning model. And as Marty and Mike said, seeking out new ways every time. I mean, it's amazing that, you know, every time we come up with a new challenge, we seem to find at least a partial solution, which has been it makes me proud, you know. Daily check-ins happen, morning meetings happen in every class. PBIS Tier 1, we meet once a month to talk about all of the data that we've normally collected. Suspensions are way down. We celebrate that every month when we meet. But also we're focusing on that our R's of respectful, responsible, and ready to learn. And what that really leads to is our monthly assemblies where the teachers get to recognize students, and we film those and they show them in the classrooms. We're looking always at trying to focus on catching those Roadrunner scholars in action. PBIS Tier 2 meets weekly. I used to think, oh, another one, but there always seems to be more kids to talk about. And so, you know, that's our plans where we're trying to make more specific and intentional plans for students who have greater needs. And I was just looking the other day, we've had 18 requests for assistance, which have led to 12 SSTs. We've also completed 46 IEPs and all completely caught up to date, and 6 504s, which is an average of 3 IEPs a week. And so we're just churning them out. I've been really proud of our team. That was what we celebrated this morning. We've had anti-bullying activities. We do community circles. Several of our teachers start their lessons with a warm welcome and then a positive check out, an optimistic close at the end of the day is what they call it. We're doing a modified check-in, check-out program with some of our students who have been brought to our attention through SST through Zoom. We check in with them in the morning and Zoom in on the afternoon. And so I have one little guy that's in our YMCA child program. And so I check in on with him every morning and afternoon too about how some of his behavioral goals. We've also had our school psychologist and mental health therapist pushing into the classroom to lead activities that talk about perseverance and self-esteem. Most of our PLC and professional learning activities focused earlier on aligning standards across grade levels and content areas, and working in the support for our computer teacher, our physical education teacher, and our learning center teacher, computer and learning center particularly, to make sure that their supports are aligned to what's going on in the classroom. Not only to make sure that the experience for students is better, but to maximize our time. A lot of our other time has been on beginning and interim assessments that we've been going on, and trying to learn as much as we can about Illuminate and start using that project so we can benefit student learning. So there's a lot more, but you know, I just want to say that overall, I'm just going to echo, I've been so impressed with the work of the teachers here, and our teachers are so impressed with the academic progress that their students are making. Time after time after time, they're like, I can't believe it. They're doing really well. I mean, they're almost surprised at how well we're doing. And I think that's just really a testament to the work that we're putting in with the distance learning model. So thank you so much for this opportunity to talk with all of you and for your continued support. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Sandy Wiest from Dillard Elementary School.
Great. Thank you, Mike. And you're such a great addition to our region. So we're so glad you decided to come join us here in Elk Grove and up in Cress. And I'd like to thank the board the board and Superintendent Hoffman for the opportunity to share about how we're doing in our region as we continue with the distance learning model. We truly appreciate your support, the support of Dr. Graywall and all of our directors, Janet Anderson, and all the departments at district office. You've made this possible for us to be successful. In keeping with our strength as a tight-knit community, Dillard staff and parents have risen to the challenges of distance learning, and we're seeing many successes for our students. Our teachers have always been committed to providing high quality instruction while establishing strong classroom culture with emotional supports in place for all, while addressing specific needs on an individual basis. And it's no different with distance learning. Teachers have adapted to the online format, putting in long hours to learn how to provide high quality instruction through online platforms in order to move students forward academically. While internet connectivity is a challenge in Wilton, and you might see me dropping because I just got the message across my screen that my connection's unstable, but we have found strategies to work around this. So even with this as a challenge, teachers are doing an outstanding job of using engagement strategies in the context of their online platforms to foster active participation, opportunities for student talk, and ongoing formative assessments. When we started the year, one of our greatest concerns was early literacy and how to teach foundational reading skills through distance learning. But as we reviewed our end of trimester 1 data, we were actually celebrating that this was a success. Our K-2 students are making good growth as readers. And that is a testament to the hard work of both our teachers and our parents. At Dillard, it's also so important for our students to be connected as Dillard pioneers and as members of their classroom families. Our PBS program continues to be the structure we use to support individual needs, with our Tier 2 team meeting weekly to create plans and follow up to make sure at-risk students and their families are supported. But more broadly, each classroom supports social emotional needs in a variety of ways, such as daily SEL lessons, morning meetings, and weekly incentives in each classroom, such as a Friday 6th grade game days or game sessions and kinder play dates. Finally, our materials distribution, which we call Pioneer Pickup, allows students and parents and teachers to connect in person in a safe and socially distanced way. School-wide, we continue to connect our students to our school culture through a variety of means. After-school activities are hosted by our virtually active NEHS group. They did lead our Kids Can program, which raised over 800 pounds of food, which we were so excited about. They also planned and put on a 50 sock hop. They will be hosting an online winter holiday party on the 17th. And in the new year, members will be leading directed drawing events for our younger students. Our intermediate accelerated group, which we call PACE, is taking part in the science program CREST that's sponsored by the district. They're also doing a book study of Journey to Topaz, and we'll do a virtual field trip to the California Museum. Our weekly Running for Rhett meetings just concluded with a virtual 5K. And finally, in January, we're launching a Google site that we call Pioneer Pages. It's a school with school-only access. So we're able to post classroom pictures and more personal things than we would certainly on a more public site. And it's going to be accessed through the Google Classrooms to foster connections across the grades, celebrations, and to host our weekly Friday roundup assembly. In all areas, we're learning how to take what we do well during a regular on-campus year and make it work in a virtual format. That's also been the case with our PLCs. As a teaching staff, we sign onto a common Zoom that we've set up in our own little Google Classroom that we call Dillard's Finest. So we all go to Dillard's Finest and go onto the Zoom, and then grade levels are able to meet in breakout rooms. It's been a great strategy that allows us to collaborate more efficiently. Combo teachers are able to shift easily between their two teams. Our instructional coach and other support staff are able to serve multiple groups. And grade level teams sometimes are able to link up for vertical articulation. Plus, this is a great time for us to come together as a staff so we can have a quick check-in as a larger group and to build and nurture our connections and our staff culture. So who we are as a Dillard staff and the positive work of supporting student learning with an engaging culture hasn't changed. It's just adapted to the virtual environment, allowing us to learn skills that will deepen our work once we're back on site together. So we're learning a lot and we're growing through distance learning, not just the children, but also the adults, whether they're home and school. So we're all learning and growing through this process. Now I'd like to introduce Patty Hecht, Principal of Sierra Enterprise, who's going to talk to you about her school. Thank you so much for this chance to share with you today.
Thank you, Sandy. On behalf of the Sierra Enterprise School community, I am excited to share everything that we're doing here at Sierra. I will be sharing about instruction in PLC, social emotional learning, also how our school is working with camp. We have camp at our school, which has been very exciting. First off, our instructional program. Before we even began, our teachers sat down and knew that our students would need a variety of materials and supplies to even begin that. On what our students would need, provide equity. Every grade level, pre-K through 6, provided packets not above and beyond just books to make sure that everything that we were going to present to our students, they would have the tools to use from a whiteboard to a whiteboard marker. And we knew that was critical, and our parents were very, very grateful. So once we knew they had the supplies in hand, we were able to begin. Our school was lucky enough to have some additional funding, so our students We're able to not only have Zoom and Google Meet, but we use Seesaw. We use iReady, Epic Books, Nearpod, Flipgrid, Kahoot. We also, our kindergartners use Road to the Code. Child has equitable access, and that we use those tools to provide teachers with varied ways to get assessment data, provide intervention and small group instruction. All of our students receive small group instruction weekly, and they all receive some type of intervention. We have a small group of students that are receiving enrichment and a media group that is documenting things for the first time. We're getting great media video, and so we're very excited about that. Last year, our teachers made a commitment to our school community that we would ground our work in the strategies of explicit direct instruction, and that continues in the virtual environment. They're ensuring that every student knows our lesson target for the day. They also want to make sure that every student, when that lesson is taught, that it is connected to previous lessons, or what or why that subject or that skill will be needed as they go through their life. This has been a priority of ours for this year, and exciting to say the teachers are just rocking it out. They're doing a great job. Our PALS program, our preschool through sixth grade highly intensive program, follows the same lines as our general ed. They have a skills-specific program that ensures that the parents know what skills they are using. They collect data on a regular basis. And I have to say, it is the most amazing work I am seeing with our paraeducators and our teachers. They are going above and beyond to ensure that all students receive skill-specific instruction, not just our general ed students. Our PALS K-6 integrated program has done such a good job getting students ready to go into our general ed classroom. We have students that are Zooming with their general education classroom partnerships. So we're extraordinarily proud of that we're making that connection between gen ed and special ed. Our teachers meet regularly, and all staff has access to the same information. Our teachers presently are receiving professional development through an asynchronous program we purchased. They're also continuing their work with Dr. Hawley's culturally and linguistic education materials we purchased 2 years ago. We're focusing on vocabulary development for students to ensure all students have equity of access. Our PBIS CEL program presently is our top #1 goal. Right now, 40% of our students receive some type in our school, whether it is an IEP, a 504, a social emotional learning plan, or food. We are providing places for them to find food or housing. We talked to the 40% is probably growing to ensure that we can provide just some basic needs. We're blessed that our partnership with the Lions Club, they dropped off food and toys. And so we'll be able to provide students just some basic need items. Based on our data with the amount of families that needed social emotional support, we have dedicated 20 to 30 minutes at each staff meeting to share videos, content, to share information that our MHT provides. Our school psychologist attends every staff meeting because this is such a priority at our school site. We want to ensure that every teacher knows all available resources, how to fill out the referral process. Also, we want them to have strategies to use virtually. We purchased some books and materials just to give us some ideas when we're not face-to-face contact, how we can give students that same feeling. I'm going to be honest, I am so grateful that I have an MHT provider and school psychologist and a behavioralist now. That decision to have those on our sites has made, it's been a lifeline for us. We use them daily. Our teachers reach out to them daily because the students at my site, basic needs survival is key right now, ensuring that they have all those needs met. We have told our students that we're going to continue with things that they know, our Eagle Awards, our weekly certificates, telephone calls home, and all those things that we normally do. Our PTO has been great. They've offered to pay postage so we can actually send them the prizes they pick. So they get a little surprise in the mail. And for many of our students, that is, I think, the most exciting thing, to go to the mailbox I said, you know, nowadays with email and such, they don't get that. They get to open their own package, and they're very excited about that. Our school psychologists, MHT, and behavioralists have been a key to ensuring that we're providing equity across the board. They're constantly engaging us and asking us the appropriate questions to ensure that our instructional practices match our goal for PBIS and SELS support. We're able to use our PTO, ELAC, and SSD meetings to gain information from families. Presently, our families, it's about an 80-20 split, 80% mental health support and needs and 20% academic support. Our PLC culture continues to be strong. Our teachers meet weekly. To be honest, most grade levels meet bi-weekly or even more than that. Some meet daily. They look at academic and social needs. They collect data on a regular basis. They're very pleased that the data in the primary grades matches the data from last year. We're not seeing a skew in reading at all. Our upper grades are starting to see a skew in math. And we have fabulous coaches, academic coaches here that we're going to be working with to see what we can do to address that gap that's growing. Otherwise, we're very excited that our students are showing progress. Our staff is beginning to use the Illuminate system, and as we become better at that, we're going to use that more intensely. Our computer lab teacher is working with all teachers, not only to create systems for Illuminate and to teach our students, but she's also helping them look at more effective and efficient ways to gather data. Sometimes the data we look at, especially through social emotional, is our kids engaged? Do they look sad? And so not only do we want to gather that academic data, we want a system to gather the other. And she's doing a fabulous job doing that. What's really exciting at Sierra is we have camp. So I'm blessed that every day I get to hear students at our site. And you don't realize how silent a school is without students, but it's fun during their playtime to hear balls bouncing. We are able to give each child their own item of play. So due to social practice, we don't want any commingling. So they're very excited, but it is fun to hear. We presently serve 29 students. We can house 36. We are going to expand another 11 students in January. We at one point had far more students than 29, but due to transportation issues, some parents had to drop out. We have just recently hired another staff member, so we'll be able to open another section. We were very excited because we kind of use them as a guinea pig, so to speak. We were able to do our safety protocol training, our academic expectations through PBIS. We were able to talk about PPE and how we use our face masks and social distancing, how we follow the arrows to use the restroom. And that was a great tool for us because it really, when you as an adult create those systems, you think they're all going to work. Well, once the kids got here, they told us what worked and what didn't work, and we were able to get some real life experience in that. So that was very exciting. Another positive with our camp is our school nurse. Having the nurse here to check our students that are coming in for assessments on a regular basis, and every day we assess students with our special ed population. I have absolutely loved having the nurse here. We have had some children get sick and she's been able to facilitate that. It also gives the staff that's here kind of a mental health piece that we know we have someone that knows exactly what to look for in symptoms and signs. So we've really appreciated having our nurse here. Overall, camp's been a huge success. The campers that came were our students that are homeless, foster youth, who could not connect to the internet, or the parents of essential workers. And teachers are seeing a dramatic shift from them not connecting, not in class, to now completing all their work. So overall, the success of our distance learning in camp can be attributed to my staff, from the office staff calling parents, making sure they have parent view, to ensuring that they're connected on a regular basis, ordering hotspots. We've got a lot of hotspots out here. To our MHTs, our coaches, our school psychologists, as well as our nurse. We are also extremely appreciative of the PPEs. Because we have students here on site, it is critical that we have all those safety measures in place. So we're extremely, we just love that I've got every kind of PPE I need. Our teachers are continuing to assess both academic and cell areas, and I think they're doing a great job. Our special education staff comes to all of our staff meetings, so we're connected as a school community. Presently, we are moving into next steps and how we're going to ready for our highly intensive PALS program first, and how we're going to bring our general ed students back in a safe way. I can say it's positive and we're making great progress. And our biggest thing is we can't wait to have students back on our site. And now I'll pass it off to Mark Vieira at Adriani.
Thank you, Patty. And thanks for the opportunity to share a little bit about Arnold Adriani Elementary School with you guys today. I appreciate it. I'm going to do my best to give justice to the great work that our staff and our community has done this year. Knowing that teachers were taking on this monumental challenge of reinventing teaching as we knew it through distance learning, we tried to tackle projects that would support the work that they were already doing as opposed to kind of piling on more. So 2 areas of the framework for high quality instruction that stood out to us as critical were student engagement and formative assessment. And I can't say enough, kind of like Mike was talking about, I just can't say enough about the work the teachers have done to improve active participation through distance learning. We're seeing teachers that have found creative ways to use things like the chat feature, hand signals, Google Forms, interactive slides, old school whiteboards, right? But virtually, breakout rooms have been a nice addition. Seesaw, again, I could go on and on. But the next hurdle was figuring out formative assessment strategies that would help drive that day-to-day, moment-to-moment instruction that where formative assessment really drives that when kids are on the other side of the screen. Also looking at that to support the work of our PLCs and to align to the district's implementation of Illuminate. So one of the hallmarks of Adriani has been our professional learning communities, is we have really high functioning grade level teams. And this was instrumental in the successful launch and kind of the ongoing evolution of distance learning. Through the PLC process, it has become even more important right now that probably more important than ever to be able to answer that one of the driving questions, maybe one of the most important driving questions of a PLC, which is how do we know students have learned it? In an effort to measure student learning and to support the work of our PLCs, our Illuminate TOT just completed, in fact, this week just completed a session where teachers were shown how to create like a ticket out the door to collect data on progress on the day's standard. Teachers were then shown how to run that data to be able to bring that back to their PLCs to analyze and collaborate on next steps, interventions, and instructional practices. So that's been really successful for us. The other thing that has been a highlight for us and something we're really proud of is our social emotional learning program that we created on site. Our motto this year has been, it's been better every day. And that's just a small way of looking at life in bite-sized, manageable pieces and really comparing ourselves to ourselves as we strive to get just a little better every day as human beings. So our teachers have received training on Castle 5 core competencies and SEL both on site as well as with at the district pre-service. We took our morning messages and we aligned them. So each day we address one of the 5 core competencies. And we were careful to choose messages that celebrate diversity by addressing acceptance and recognition of our differences and our similarities. Each morning, the students, they have to watch me, unfortunately for them maybe, but we have a video message every morning that I record. And then what we did is we took and we aligned our SEL lessons to the video message so that we could really anchor those. So after the message, the teachers were working on speaking and listening skills as far as the standards go, but also having group conversations and collaborative conversations and possibly activities to go along with that to really anchor that message with lessons that were provided to them. Dovetailing really nicely with our social emotional learning is our PBIS program. Our tier 1 team got right to work once we figured out we were going back to distance learning to create behavioral expectation matrix that was specific to distance learning. And we know that we have to explicitly teach those behaviors as well as positively reinforce them. So that led to us creating what we call it. Well, we have wonderful Wild Hawk tickets is what we would have on campus. So we created a virtual version of that. It's kind of like our Kacha Being Good kind of a ticket. And teachers have a Google form that they fill out when students earn those. and that shoots it straight to our tier 1 team. And then they get the kids get a certificate emailed to them to say that they got a WOW ticket. One of the byproducts of this is now parents get notified when kids earn WOW tickets, which was a nice addition to the program as well. And then after that, all the students' names go on to the, we call it the Wheel of WOW. And every morning there's a wheel that spins in each grade level, and kids are randomly selected off of there for an additional, kind of like Patty, an additional treat, surprise, if you will, that comes through snail mail. And those are, and also a public recognition, which it kind of has taken the place of our Student of the Week assemblies that we've done, that we typically would do on Mondays. And it's been really well received by our staff, students and families alike. Within tier 2 PBIS, or within PBIS, our tier 2 team is just phenomenal. We're using the MTSS process for referrals to support students and families that need additional support from the school. With that said, I believe that's my time. So I would, again, thank you for the opportunity to share briefly a little bit about our school. And I would like to turn it over to Deidre Wood at Pleasant Grove Elementary School.
Thank you, Mr. Vieira. Good afternoon, everybody. It's lovely to see you all, even over Zoom. And thank you for the opportunity to share about Pleasant Grove Elementary and our successes and challenges with distance learning. Before I do that, I would like to say thank you to Mrs. Albiani for your donations to our students last spring. The students loved everything and it was very much appreciated, so thank you. So to begin with, I have to say I'm extremely impressed with the students, parents, and entire staff of Pleasant Grove Elementary. This was an extremely sharp learning curve for all of us, but especially our teachers. And I could not be more proud of the incredible amount of work and hours they have put into learning how to be the best distance teacher for their students. My students and teachers continue to amaze me on a daily basis. A portion of our staff meetings are dedicated to best practices, and teachers are consistently providing tips and advice for each other. And teachers are meeting their PLCs weekly, and they're extremely protective of their PLC time. Our goal is to keep as much the same as possible here. Our PBIS team, Tier 1 team, has continued to meet and to discuss different ways to support our teachers and students. And to support social emotional learning, our staff began training on restorative practices and community circles last year and implemented them into their classrooms. And teachers have continued these community circles virtually in their Zoom classrooms. Mindfulness mini lessons and practices have continued as well and have really helped to address some of the stress and anxiety that the students and staff are feeling periodically. We continue with our weekly Tiger Ticket recognition program, as well as our Students of the Month recognition. We are extremely glad to work with our fabulous PTA. We were able to pull off a very fun drive-through fall festival and canned food drive. We participated in the Apex Fun Run, which is a little more of a dance this year. We started library access for our students the second week of school. It was very important to get books in the hands of our students. I'm still holding my monthly principal's coffee chat virtually now, the first Wednesday every month, and they've been attended by up to 50 parents. Our Tier 2 intervention team meets at least every 2 weeks. We've moved our MTSS form and request for assistance forms digitally, and we've received 11 new RFAs. But really our students are being supported by our Tier 2 team, our teaching staff, our paraeducators, office staff, everyone on campus, including myself. We have completed 4 porch visits, and they've brought a deeper connection for our families. And in the last 13 weeks, I've attended 34 SST, 504, and IEP meetings. So we are all caught up. I'm pleased to report that while there's a handful of students that are struggling with distance learning, the vast majority of our students have made great progress towards grade level standards. I'm really especially proud of the progress in the early literacy for our youngest students. They're doing an amazing job. I observe in every single classroom at least once per week, and I see evidence of high quality instruction every single time. Student engagement is very high, and I agree with many of my colleagues with the whole list of different ways that student engagement is reaching an all new high. Teachers are able to check for understanding in a myriad of different ways. And one of the silver linings of distance learning is the ability for students who are shy or have social anxiety or normally do not participate in class for various reasons, they can now. They can privately chat with the teacher, give answers, ask questions when they normally wouldn't do that. And teachers are really making great efforts to include every single student. And as you know, Pleasant Grove Elementary is under construction. I would like to thank the board for your support of Measure M and the building of a new PG. Another silver lining of distance learning is the ability for our contractor to be much more aggressive with no students on campus. I'm extremely involved in construction and I meet with the contractor weekly. I cannot say enough about the flexibility and the resilience of my staff because there's never a dull moment around here. I would like to invite the board and all of our district officials to come visit and see the progress firsthand as well. Again, I'm so incredibly proud and impressed by the positive growth mindset of our students, staff, and families. And I'm so thankful for my PG region and our consistent collaboration over the last 5 years, especially our focus on equity. And with that, I would like to turn over to the principal of Edna Beatty Elementary, Mr. Jason Campbell.
Thank you, Deidre, for that nice presentation. Board members, I'm very honored to present about Edna Beatty. At Beatty, we continue to do what's best for students during this new growth opportunity. Our approach to connect and engage still remains the same. The results, however, are different and they're enhanced. And we do that through high quality instruction. Find the opportunity for our staff to plan with a purpose and to share new strategies and techniques. They're focusing on student engagement strategies such as learning criteria, breakout rooms, informal assessments, checking for understanding in their Zoom lessons. These things drive our instruction. And we are very confident to say we know our students by name and need. And when we do that, we support our English language learners, our accelerated GATE students, and also our students of concern. The number of students and families that need support has increased by 2%, but we still continue with our culture of learning, taking risk, and accepting challenges. And we do that through our MTSS support team, which consists of our psychologists, behaviorists, mental health therapists, instructional coach, and administration, which provides various levels of support. We do it through our check-in, check-out. We do it through home visits when the opportunity lies. Or we also can do it through via Zoom. We also have Lunch Bunch, which we meet once a week. We find the opportunity to meet with our students and give them a chance to talk to each other, to be validated and be heard, and again, to get that social piece that is so missing. We also provide small group intervention. This started during the summer, where myself and our vice principal, Ms. Trina Keating, actually wanted to lead by example. If we're going to talk the talk of student engagement, we felt we had to walk the walk and to actually present lessons. So during the summer, we looked at our students of need, and myself, again, and the vice principal presented these small group intervention lessons, and went a very long way because we're leading by example and teaching distance learning. We knew how it felt. Our student leadership team has promoted different events that give back to the school community through canned food drives, PBIS spirit events, and weekly dance parties. Human connection is the reason for our success, and we are our best resource. It's also cost effective as well. Again, we use our time wisely to plan as a team and use district adopted resources, looking and focusing on things such as Illuminate to support the needs of our students because it drives instruction, and most importantly, it measures our academic progress. The teachers also have the opportunity to observe their colleagues in Zoom lessons. And the way we do that is through myself and the vice principal taking over their class. And then case in point, they get the chance to check out other teachers and get new ideas and strategies and validate the great teaching that they're doing in their own classrooms. The committed work of the school community has also created organized book clubs that focus around race and equity. We are currently reading Culturally Responsive Teaching and the Brain by Zaretta Hammond. And this work just stems from the work that our region as a whole has worked on with the support of Matt Espinoza. I can't forget about the work that the parent community has created with family literature events. And this started 2 years ago. And this is focused on race and equity as well. We at Edna Beatty, we understand the importance of looking at current practices and revising and enhancing how we educate our students. So for example, we look at how we teach cultural holidays around the world currently right now, or also how we communicate with each other with a race equity focus. It's more than just saying happy birthday in English. It's going beyond that and saying Feliz Cumpleaños or Janan Den Mubarak, which means happy birthday in Punjabi. So Beatty is making positive changes, and we're stepping up to the plate and and focusing on a challenge by working smarter together as a team. With that, I now give the opportunity to present to you our marvelous principal at Albiani Middle School, Ms. Bree Bahar.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell, and thank you everybody for your time. It's been a busy 2020 at CAMS. We finished last school year with a positive attitude and full hearts as we celebrated our promoting 8th graders with a virtual promotion and then a drive-through recognition of their time as Falcons. The start of this school year was, as we say at Albiani, #FalconAmazing. Beginning with our PBIS kickoff, we welcomed our incoming 7th graders and returning 8th graders while adapting with some new activities like a drive-through textbook distribution. A lot of things happen in the library that none of us ever see, so it was interesting to be part of that. Our staff is doing an outstanding job with distance learning, and all the teachers this year were first-year teachers all over again. Their lessons are engaging. It's almost as if the students and teachers are live in the classroom together. They have adapted to encouraging student talk through the use of the chat and other platforms like Jamboard, Pear Deck. Teachers are innovating in the form of assessment so that they can give immediate feedback as students are completing work problem by problem. Others are taking advantage of GoFormative, which they are absolutely loving. And students are also reporting that they enjoy interacting with teachers in this format. Screencastify, Whiteboardify, Edpuzzle, Kahoot. These teachers are innovating at such high levels every single moment. Our library media teacher also sends out a weekly tech tip to continue to support our students and our teachers in distance learning. And teachers are reporting a level of cohesiveness and support that they've never experienced before. They are in constant contact with one another, and they are looking for ways to help each other at every single turn. Every Monday, we have a dedicated block of time for advocacy lessons where the emphasis is social and emotional learning. Some of our lessons this year have included the importance of an emotional first aid kit, self-care and mindfulness, the 3 Bs, be safe, be respectful, be responsible, the 3 Bs of Zoom, including the 3 Bs of breakout rooms. They've also learned about how to report something that they know isn't right or that they might need help with, and how to support their friends or get help when they themselves are not feeling well. As far as some other things, we've got our second virtual Night of the Arts coming up this week. The first one was a huge success with students performing all different kinds of modes of art. Our virtual activities have completely exceeded my expectations. If you've ever been to an activity on the CAMS campus, you know that there are some pretty high level activities, and we have not stopped. I actually had a parent tell me that she is so grateful that her son is lucky enough to attend CAMS because of all the opportunities he has to be involved, even from home. We've recently started using Minga, which is an internal communication tool that mimics a social media platform like Instagram, but it filters out content that might be inappropriate. It's a safe way for students to practice their digital citizenship skills and stay involved at CAMS. Activities in PBIS have set up their very own Google Classroom called The Nest, and that is where students can find all things relating to activities in PBIS. We are just about halfway through our 12 days of giving. You may have seen it. It's called Give, Get, Go. Students are challenges to give back to the community in different ways for these 12 days while they earn prizes. Jimmy Falcon, our mascot, has been traveling around town to motivate students. He was just at Sunrise Elementary yesterday. Earlier last week, he was at Go For Pizza in Rancho Murrieta. He's making his way around the region. Speaking of motivating students, we do have a handful that need some extra love. Our teachers, administrators, counselors, and everyone in between have been working very hard to give them what they need. Our admin team is doing daily, sometimes multiple times a day, check-ins with about 8 students, either via text, FaceTime, or Zoom. We have completed 44 bridge home visits, although I would say that's not entirely accurate because, as you all may well know, sometimes asynchronous time turns right into a home visit without you even knowing it's about to happen. We have completed 12 porch visits, giving our students what Shiraki Holly calls outrageous love. They need it and we're giving it. We also had our best attended ELAC meeting ever since my time at CAMS, and it felt really good to have parents there. We've also been connecting with families using talking points, which is my absolutely new favorite communication tool. We're able to communicate with all of our families, regardless of the language they speak at home. So over 30 languages, we're able to communicate in real time. We have completed 51 IEPs this year, 66 504s, and we're going strong with that as well. We are looking forward to January when we're able to return after winter break, after a much needed break. We're working with PLC to further discuss engagement. A couple of our coaches are going to be working with us for a professional development. It's a working title, but they're working on cameras on, please, ideas for turning empty squares into faces. We look forward to continuing to engage our students with all that they need. And with that, I would like to turn it over to the principal from Calvine High School, Ms. Toby Page.
Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to have this opportunity. We opened our year with the theme, Calvine High School is virtually unstoppable. And I am pleased to share that we have adjusted and we continue to thrive in a virtual environment. Our staff in service was entitled The Impact of the 3 Ps on Students. The 3 Ps being pandemic, poverty, and protest. We discussed what the world looks like through the eyes of our students and the supports that we need to provide on day 1 to address the social, emotional, and learning needs for our Calvine community. The 3 Ps also served as a call to action for implementing equitable and culturally responsive practices. In addition to our work as a staff to increase equity, we've recently partnered with the Monterey Trail Equity Coalition to examine issues around equity with the focus on African American student achievement. Instructionally, Calvine continues to provide engaging and relevant curriculum. As a small and personalized community, we are tasked with providing a second chance for students who needed an alternative. The magic behind our work is relationships. So as a staff, we were concerned on how our relationships with our students would be impacted by the distance. I am pleased to share that my teachers have put a considerable amount of energy into building classroom communities that are engaging, and we still foster warm relationships with our students. Many of our classrooms open with group check-ins from a simple, how are you doing today? Show me your face, thumbs up, thumbs down. And in addition to my teachers spending many hours after school with personal contact with students via email, phone, and text message. Last year, we restructured our PLCs and we implemented a wealth of professional development with the focus on formative assessment. We focused on formative assessment because Calvine is unique in the fact that we don't open the school year with a large enrollment. We usually start small and then our enrollment grows as the year continues. And so we pay attention to state assessments, but we need information regarding the learning needs of our students that is frequent and immediate. Therefore, we did a strong focus on, again, local and common assessments. We are continuing this work as a staff, and we meet every Monday, and we collaborate on instructional strategies that are successful in our digital classrooms, as well as tools that we can use to create formative assessments. My staff, I have to marvel at, I have teachers who've been teaching for 20+ years, and this is like day one for them. And they have adjusted, and if you visit their classrooms, you would never know that they have never taught in this platform. To support them, we've subscribed to a number of online programs, and they use these with ease. In addition to continuing to provide relevant and engaging curriculum, we provide opportunities for credit remediation outside of the school day with Edgenuity and independent study help. Student support remains a focus at Calvine. We were awarded the California PBIS Coalition Award. Continuing with the tradition of advisory, we offer advisory every Monday, and students are paired with the teacher who serves as their adult point person. The adult point person helps the student with their graduation plan and serves as a check-in person for social, emotional, and academic needs. In advisory, we implemented a number of virtual advisory lessons with the themes of emotional support, college and career counseling, and substance use prevention. We also continued our Positive Moment program, where we recognize students for demonstrating our core values. During our first quarter alone, staff submitted 95 positive moments. At Calvine, we believe in that our students will leave not only with a diploma, but college and career ready. And so we hosted 4 CRC information sessions, 2 virtual field trips, including matriculation day for early graduates, FAFSA night for 7 families, and we've continued our outreach and have increased our by 5 additional FAFSA applications for a total of 12. For student supports, our program implementer provides a wealth of support. She checks in with 15 students every week, in addition to the 15 6 foster youth. She also is responsive in the needs of emergency, and if a family needs a referral to services or solace care referral. In addition to our program implementer, our school counselor also has frequent contact with our students and families. I was in a meeting with her today and her phone was ringing and it was a student. It's continual and in constant contact with our students. Our office staff has been assigned certain families for attendance calling with the goal of building relationships to identify issues that might hinder attendance. And to keep the school culture intact, we had Spirit Week with fun themes revolving around music and different outfits and changing their logos. And last week we kicked off the Calvine High School 5K Challenge, and each week had a list of goals and challenges for students to accomplish in order to finish the semester with their credits. But in addition to just being proud of my teachers and my staff, the thing that I am most proud of is the results of their work, and to be able to share that at the end of the semester, we will have 28 new graduates. And most of these graduates are 5th year seniors. The reason why that is profound is because these students did not quit at the end of their senior year. They kept pushing. And if they can keep pushing, we can keep pushing. And that's what we do at Calvine. Even when it looks like it's, your time is up, you keep running with our full support. And so that is our message for our students and our families, is keep pushing and keep running, and we'll win this race. So thank you for your time and hearing a little glimpse into the Calvine community. It's hard to just, there's so much to share, and I'm such a proud principal. And I just feel lucky to be able to lead such a dynamic community. So it is my pleasure at this time to turn it over to Ms. Tegan Keplinger, principal of Pleasant Grove High School.
Thank you, Toby. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to present to you this afternoon how things are going at Pleasant Grove High School in regards to district distance learning. Our goal during distance learning at Pleasant Grove has been to keep our students connected to school and to make their school experience as typical and supportive as we possibly can. Additionally, to support our families so they can support their children, and to continue to support our teachers. As my colleagues have mentioned, our teachers have gone above and beyond to educate our students during this time, keeping them engaged while supporting their social, emotional needs. Teachers are the true superheroes of distance learning, as they have completely reinvented themselves these past 9.5 months. I will begin with equity, as it is the lens of which all of our work is focused, and it's the heart of our district. We are continuing our collaboration with CSUS Equity 360. In fact, we are meeting with the professors tomorrow to review our updated equity plan, including an updated logic model theory of action to help us remain focused on our equity goals and track outcomes. Additionally, Dr. Shiraki Hawley presented part 1 of 2 of his professional development on culturally and linguistically responsiveness to the CAMS and PGHS in a joint staff meeting a couple of weeks ago. And we've also been working with Tracy Stafford, who is a local social sustainability scientist and consultant focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And she's been leading cohorts of Pleasant Grove staff on sessions in interrupting bias, racism, and strategies for confronting hate speech. We've also formed a site equity team that we're very excited to continue to grow and eventually include community members. And we have a newly developed committee to address specific outreach to our Spanish-speaking families. And we've teamed with the FACE staff to help us with these endeavors. I want to talk a little bit about student engagement. This has really been our #1 goal, is to keep our kids connected. We have many clubs that are actively up and running, including Science Olympiad, Academic Decathlon, Mathletes, Key Club, Eagles for Earth. And that's just a few of the clubs that have been keeping students connected during distance learning. I'd like to give a special acknowledgement to RBSU and their advisors, Tamika Francis and Delaire Doyle, who hosted the first annual Ruby Bridges Zoom In Day and the after party on November 18th, which was a huge district-wide success. We're so proud of them. This year, our Link crew is collaborating with advocacy and they're helping create student-led lessons with a focus on college and career information, SEL, team building, social justice, and equity activities. Our Student Equity Council has been busy. They are writing letters to every single student on campus before the winter vacation in an effort to make sure that all of our students feel connected. And they're also working with our health teachers on making sure on the inclusion of the representation of differing gender and sexuality as part of our comprehensive sex health curriculum. Athletics was up and running there for a while under the guise of conditioning. 12 of our 18 teams were conditioning until we recently had to shift back to phase 1. It's so fun seeing the students on campus. I absolutely look forward to it all day long. During the distance learning, we've also hired a men's basketball coach and a women's volleyball coach. Our academies are continuing to grow. 54% of our students are now involved in a CTE pathway. And the students have expressed the importance of continuing to meet and work with their teachers and their students, their fellow peers during this time to stay connected to school. So some of the events that they've been participating in, our Biomed has been affiliated with 2 blood drives and continues to be involved in Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, as well as multiple hospitals. IDEA students organize game nights via Zoom. They have a virtual rally and they put together a newsletter. Our DMA students are doing the best they can to continue to produce our PGTV broadcast. Again, trying to keep things as typical as we can for our students. And our ag students are preparing for fair, attending virtual conferences, and busily taking care of their animals. Our counselors in our college and career tech have been continually to communicate with families and provide updated information and guidance regarding scholarships, UC, CSU deadlines, applications, PSAT, SAT, ACT testing, FAFSA, and DREAM Act. Additionally, our AVID teachers and our special ed teachers collaborated and hosted several FAFSA evenings to help their families and students complete those important documents. Our AVID just continues to grow. We currently have 200 AVID students, which is an increase of approximately 25 students from last year. In addition to the support that AVID teachers already provide to their students, they have set aside tutoring time for their students in the afternoon. And we are represented by PE, English, special ed, and math teachers in AVID now. Our daily attendance, at Pleasant Grove is very good, upwards of 95% every day, students attending. We're really focused on those 30 to 35 students, though, that are frequently absent. And I'm really proud of our teachers who, continually notify counselors and admin about students they're worried about. We're making phone calls, emails. We're also doing porch visits, which have been highly successful. I mean, I could go on and share stories of, when an administrator and a counselor goes and visits a student and the student and the parent just start crying out of appreciation because they just thought that they'd been kind of forgotten about and that there was no hope, and they start attending. And so we will continue to do porch visits. Our Tier 2 PBIS team meets bi-weekly to discuss those students that need additional support that teachers, counselors, parents have identified, and are concerned academically or attendance or social emotional. Our academic progress, so if we look at our grades from last fall at our term grades, 62% of our students had a 3.0 or higher, and 22% had a 4.0 or higher. So if we compare that to our fall quarter grades, this fall, 75% had a 3.0 or higher and 19 had a 4.0. So our students are continuing to excel. We are looking at our D's and F's at the quarter, and we did have a little bit of an increase, about an 8% increase from last fall. And so what our PLCs are doing is they are analyzing that data, the D and the F. They're discussing the strengths, the barriers, the academic successes, sharing strategies to help eliminate those barriers for each subgroup of students by identifying targeted interventions for each group. So that's something as a whole school we're looking at within our PLCs. And our teachers are, again, collaborating to help close those gaps and remove those barriers that exist in distance learning. Some of the ways they're doing this is they are using the support time. The 3 classes versus 6 classes has definitely helped out. They're maximizing that asynchronous time for tutoring, including a school-wide tutoring that our special education department hosts twice a week. And it's for drop-in for all students on campus, regardless of general ed or special education. And that's been very successful. And extended outreach to families, teachers are reaching out and finding out how can we help. We also created Parent University, an online resource for our parents before distance learning started this fall, just to help our parents. And most of the links go right to the district link, but we're trying to train our parents to really go to our website for information. So that's been a way to support our families. And finally, Action Allies is a new organization that we have created with CAMS and our athletic program to help some of our families in need this holiday season. Normally, we contribute to the Kids Can Food Drive. We did not do that this year. So instead, we're collecting, donations from our community, our staff, to support some of our families and also to make a monetary donation to the food bank. In closing, I'm in charge of the closing this afternoon. 4 years ago, our 8 elementary schools, CAMS and Pleasant Grove High School, united to ensure that we had a common message with a focus on our PBIS behavior expectations and the way in which we approach hateful and hurtful language. As principals, we listened to the feedback provided by our community and the need for a consistent plan to create equitable educational outcomes for all students, and we immediately got to work. The PG region is committed to ongoing collaboration through our TK-12 regional approach and our vertical articulation. As Mike mentioned in the opening, our regional is similar to a high-performance car, collaborative, adaptable, resilient. The PG region admin teams and wellness providers are similar to a pit crew, working together to support the goal of ensuring that our students, families, and staff have everything they need to be successful during distance learning. Before and throughout the pandemic, we have remained relentless in our efforts to address educational equity. Through monthly principal articulation meetings, shared curriculum such as the Culturally Responsive Minds, attending the Solution Tree Equity Professional Development together in Phoenix, Arizona last January as a region, and having shared speakers and book studies, as well as the equity work that we're doing individually on our sites. Additionally, we are proud to acknowledge our TK-12 regional articulation is creating a sense of pride and excitement in our students. Our elementary colleagues share info with their students about the programs offered at CAMS and PJHS, generating a sense of community. Our shared PBIS behavior expectations support students as they transition from elementary school to CAMS to Pleasant Grove High School. Elementary students are invited to go on CTE field trips at Pleasant Grove High School. They are VIP at Pleasant Grove Games. And through this exposure, when they arrive at CAMS and PJHS, many students already know the activities, academies, and athletic teams they want to join. They are already aware of the PBIS behavior expectations. And most importantly, they have a foundation in treating others with kindness and respect and appreciating and celebrating diversity. I'm so honored to work in this region. I just can't say enough about my colleagues. We support one another. We're in constant communication, and it's truly an honor. Finally, Mr. Madison, on behalf of the administrative teams in the PG region, we sincerely thank you for your advocacy, support, and steadfast determination to see every child succeed. We wish you well in this next chapter of life and look forward to seeing you, hopefully in the near future, as you support your grandchildren at Pleasant Grove High School events. So thank you. Thank you for your support and your time today. We are now open for questions.
Okay, when we take on our biggest region, it does take the time. So if we split our time evenly, board members have 4 minutes to speak, but we'll never keep it to that because I know us all. So if you have to drop off for some reason, please take our sincere thanks and our pride, and we'll stay here. I would ask that if we could do somewhere near 5 to 10 minutes at the most for each board member. I'm just going the opposite direction as before, and I understand if someone has something they have to do. Again, thank you for your excellent presentation. Mr. Perez, would you like to start? You have anything to add?
Well, I will think that if we discredit to this community, this region, to allow just 4 minutes. So therefore, I'm not going to participate answering any questions in this situation. Let's take some other time to pay more attention to this important region in our community. It's the fastest growing community in our district. And we should spend more time on this important region.
Mr. Perez, we had 8 to 10 minutes.
And I'm willing to meet with them at a Zoom meeting at a later time because we have 2 other board members who are not here also, who would probably want to answer some questions or maybe review the Zoom meeting on their own time.
Mr. Perez, we're now 50 seconds into your time. We had 8 to 10 minutes with our previous groups, and I'm asking you if you could keep it shorter if possible. If not, you have 5 to 10 minutes with this group. So please get started, sir. You're already a minute in. With anything you wanted to add. You're good? I understand what you're not good. You don't agree with it, it's fine.
What you're doing to us and the staff of our district, because they need more time to interact with us. I'm not good with it at all.
Okay, then I think you setting up a Zoom meeting with them is a fabulous idea. And if you need any technical help from district, please let us know.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Madison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to thank Tegan for the comments you made. I appreciate that. I do have, out of the 10, 3 grandchildren left over in your school there. So you'll be seeing my face over there too. Just to go add on to what Mr. Perez said, I mean, I've seen this region grow. We got 12 schools today that presented to us. And that's a lot of schools with a lot of good information. And I'm sure we can have a cross discussion till the cows come home tonight. But we don't have that kind of time. But it's a high achieving region, and to be mindful in a high achieving, most of the schools here you got to hang on to that. And the key is what's the next level of success? Because you cannot afford to go backwards or slip a notch and lose some of that ground. So I just wanted to, I'm sure you all are mindful of that a little bit. So with that, I just have just a few questions from some of select schools. Patty, over at Sierra Enterprise, I know over the years, I know that particular school has been challenging at times in the region. At this point, you mentioned, I kind of missed it. You said 40% of your students are in need. Can you elaborate on that part?
Sure. 40%, we've kind of calculated how many students have called to ask for simple things like food bank numbers, housing supports. If we were providing students Thanksgiving baskets, also mental health, if we provided any of those services, they're really directly related to the impact COVID's had on loss of jobs, loss of housing. And so it's a myriad of needs. Some definitely for IEPs, 504s, if we could begin assessments on that. And what we've done is our staff, gathered food up. We've gathered food up. We drive by to their homes to drop what they need off, whether it's a whiteboard, a marker, or anything they need. But we've gone to about 40% of the students' families we've worked with.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then your population of the special ed department part of it over there, what's the percentage over there now?
We have about 100. We have 125 students that are highly intensive that we work with. So it's a big part of our school. But we're really good at it.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to kind of refresh the percentages over there because it is one of our more challenging schools too, that we want to make sure we are educating the kids properly. How about your Hispanic population?
Oh, right now we have about 21% Hispanic. It's dropped every year. Our Russin and Hmong population are increasing.
Okay, good. And your African American population there?
Very small. It'll get down to 2% or 3% at times, and that is a shrinking population.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel, and lastly, do you feel that you are getting the good support from the district level, from the board, from all of us?
Yeah, yes, especially during the virtual time, having that MHT support and the school psychologist, that is where we began support. We also, I'm blessed in our region, I'm the only one with dedicated coaches, academic coaches. So they're there for our staff regularly. And we have camp, so I'm really grateful for PPEs, but I've not asked for anything I haven't gotten. Let me put it that way.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then lastly, kind of we're pressed on time, I just want to touch at Edna Beatty, Mr. Campbell.
Yes.
You mentioned about knowing all the kids by name. Were those your challenging kids? Or?
I would say it's all of our students. When I think of name and need, I think there's every single child, every single family has a need. And so it could be our students of concern. It also could be our students who are GATE identified, our students who are in NEHS, our English language learners, our 72 English language learners. I know them through the help of my vice principal and our meetings that we have. And then I look back at even our African-American students. I know that a couple of years ago, their scores went down. And what we did was look closely at who those African-American students were. And we had to go deeper because if you notice on Synergy, when a child is registered, a family might not put down African-American. They might put down multiple races. So I did some further investigation and looked closely at the names of who those students were. And it didn't list all of our students' names. We had 33 African-American students. We have more than 33 African-American students on campus. So that means people weren't putting down in registration that they're African-American for whatever reason. They could have put down 2 or more races. And that's just something that need to be highlighted. So we knew who were those students, and then we can provide the needs for them. And those needs could be through student intervention, but also on the other side, if they need, what more students can we get into GATE and into our accelerated programs?
Right, I appreciate that. You're one of the schools in that region that has quite a few African Americans that feed into Pleasant Grove High School and Albiani School. So I'm glad you recognize that. And I like the teachers are observing each other. Well,
Yes.
You can get some information on that.
Yeah, and so with that, it was a grassroots idea. I think it came from, myself and the vice principal teaching distance learning, lessons and knowing how difficult it can be. And so throwing that idea out there, I remember when I was a principal at Sierra, I did the same thing. It's just a way that we can learn from each other. Again, it's cost effective, didn't cost 1 cent. All it meant was for myself and the vice principal to take over a teacher's classroom and allow for those teachers to get into other classrooms and see what great teaching is happening. Sometimes I think when you're in a bubble, you think what you're doing is maybe great or maybe not so great, but when you get to see other teachers teaching, you're like, oh, I'm doing the same thing. It's validation. And so it's something that's pretty easy to do, and we're doing it.
I appreciate that, and that's I love that comment, because when we work together and in colleagues where you can get other tips and what others are doing, it's just going to make a stronger organization at that particular location there too.
Correct.
So I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Anyway, for all of you, keep up the good work. I appreciate it. You guys continue to be safe out there during the holidays, and I still hope to see you all soon. So thank you for the good work, and it's a large region. And again, as Mr. Perez indicated, we've got this region eventually, because we're going to still continue to add high school, middle schools, and in the future. But it is a large city, and we can spend a lot of time on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. And Mr. Forcina, followed by Dr. Crystal Martinez-Soler.
Good afternoon again, folks. President Albiani gives me a great challenge. I'm going to start with, let's see, let me start with you, Michael. One of the things you hit on was your tier 3 in terms of the work they're doing, but not specifically. What is it specifically that your tier 3 is doing that's unique or challenging or whatever?
Michael McGarvey or Michael Cosumnes River?
Oh, I thought Michael McGarvey.
Okay.
I thought you made the comment.
I did, and I'm pretty sure Mike, we call him Mike 4.
Oh.
I was Mike 3 over at Cosumnes River. He's Mike 4.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I did talk about our tier 3 team. I wouldn't say that there's anything that they're doing that's magical or new. They're just going above and beyond to make connections with our families. If we've got groups of kids that are struggling, it's our kids with tier 3 needs.
Okay.
At this point. So kind of amplifying the things that we've done in the past, where one meeting might have served a purpose when we were doing in-person instruction, there may be 3 or 4 meetings with a parent to work around an issue or to work on an engagement strategy that'll work, to work on a motivational strategy that'll work. So that's really what that tier 3 team is focusing on. We're doing a lot of work similar to what Mike Blomquist talked about in his discussion to do progress monitoring. That's another challenge for us. Mr. Hawk mentioned some of the challenges inherent with that. We have a lot of parent support going on with boys and girls, which sometimes makes progress monitoring a challenge because you don't know what work is reflective of what a student can do independently. So there's a lot of additional time being spent with regards to those assessments. Our Tier 3 team is doing in-person assessments for all of our new and triennial assessments that are going on. That's taking a lot of time because of all of the PPE that needs to be donned and so on and so forth. So I've just been impressed by everything that they've done to both catch up on what we lost in terms of time last year and to make up for that ground this year and not lose any ground this fall.
Okay. And, one of the things that I've shared with you and Marty before, one of the things that I think is absolutely incredibly special in our entire school district is the community partnership that exists between McGarvey and Sunrise, and the work that you do with the students from both schools. Have you been able to do anything specifically with both of those communities in the distance learning environment?
Actually, yeah, and I can let Mr. Hawk talk about this too. One of the things that we have going on right now within VAPA is we are partnered, both of us are partnered with the Sacramento Mandarins, and we have an online choir and an online band, which is done through Zoom, and it involves students from both schools.
That's fantastic.
And likewise, Mike and I collaborate on Measure H. We're fortunate to be in the city of Rancho Cordova. They have Measure H community enhancement grants. And so we collaborate on writing those and meeting specific needs of our site, but together too.
Yeah. And speaking of that, Mr. Hawk, there was an article that we pushed out at the request of our communications office the other day to the city of Rancho Cordova with regards to things that are going on in our school gardens, even with distance learning. We've got some garden projects that are going as a result of Measure H, and that's something happening at both of our sites as well.
Yeah, pretty nice that money's been available through City Rancho Cordova. Very helpful. I'm going to limit my questions to each one of you. I'm not going to get my questions in here. Patty, you have a variety of populations at your school. Are you seeing the needs equally across those populations, or specifically in one more than another?
No, I would say not specifically. We have certain pockets of neighborhoods that don't need as much. Their families are able to work from home and have some financial stability. Our special ed population, as you know, comes from all over our district. Right. Mm-hmm. So we're very cognizant of that, especially we've had to run out materials to them. What we have noticed is in our special ed population, we did far more drop-offs of materials that they didn't make it out to the school site. But it's not specific. I wish it was. It would probably be easier to address if it was just a specific group, but it's pretty generalized.
Okay. And most importantly, what's been the status of Patty's music program?
Our music, we're still connected with the link up. Sacramento Philharmonic still virtually does the link up, and Mr. Tykert still pays for it. So we're all good.
That is absolutely wonderful.
So I have great community partnerships. Tykert will be coming by Friday to bring us cookies. So we're all good.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Deidre, what's your current number of, or percentage, probably number of migrant kids at PG?
Our migrant number has gone down quite a bit. So many of our migrant families have promoted out and are now at CAMS and Pleasant Grove High School. We are very low. I would say probably around 5 or 6 students And actually, this is something I shared with the elementary education team and Dr. Graywall in the spring when we started the distance learning. One of our migrant families and students was in the springtime when we started the distance learning, was working the fields with his mother and going on Zoom and working with his teacher from the car on the side of the field. And so just seeing the dedication to education was just amazing to see. And I could not be more impressed.
Yeah, that was kind of my experience in terms of my work experience. I mean, families care about kids.
Absolutely.
That's a general statement. But of all the populations I ever worked with, I never worked with a more dedicated group of families than migrant families.
I completely
what they
agree.
wanted for their kids.
They attend our ELAC meetings in full force.
Yeah, they're pretty responsive. Let me move over to Albiani quickly. You know, over the years, I've had wonderful opportunities to see high quality instruction in person. And now with the distance learning, I've been able to see some high quality instruction, but none better than the one I saw a week ago with Ashley Patterson, or is it Peterson?
Patterson, absolutely.
Patterson. Unbelievable. And not only was the organization just incredible with her debates that were going on. I asked her a question after class because everyone has kids in their classes who don't freely engage. That's a given. I didn't know who the kids were. And I asked her, I go, how many of those kids normally don't participate? You know, when we talked about that. And that to me was such a shining example of her skills, in that not only were all the kids participating, I had no clue who the kids were who generally would not participate. So kudos. Oh, you talked about talking points.
Yes.
And I've heard about talking points before. And to me, it's pretty impressive. For anyone who can answer my question, you or Craig or Chris, are we using talking points throughout the district?
I can answer. There was a training yesterday, as a matter of fact, by Lisa Lavasser, had set it up for principals throughout the district to be able to implement.
It's one of the silver linings of the federal dollars we were able to leverage and get that in place. So yeah, big deal.
Yeah, well, I chalk it up to one more of those things we're doing that are terrific that not many people know about.
Yes, sir.
But I mean, it's really a wonderful program. I want to make sure I hit my highlights. Again, I have the question written under you, and I'm not sure it was yours, but I'll ask the question and then you can tell me. In terms of kids that are getting D's and F's, is that amount the same as it had been, or is it different than it had been? Number one. And then number two, is it really the same kids?
Yeah, it's about an 8% increase is what we've noticed approximately. Yeah, in our D's and F's compared, if we look at our fall quarter, this quarter compared to term last fall.
And And to your knowledge, are they, you know, you've had an increase. Do you have reasons why? From your perspective, I mean, we can all speculate, but.
And it's our Hispanic students that appear to have the greatest increase. That's what the PLCs are working on, is they're really trying to break it down and identify what the potential barriers are, and you know, how they can remove those barriers, you know, during distance learning.
Okay, so that will be information coming.
We're working, that's what we're working on as we speak. That's what
Okay, that can then
PLCs
be
have.
shared.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Mhm.
All right. And then I think this was your question also, Deidre, but everybody can be, everyone feel free to answer it. Just jump in if you want. And I think
Mr.
you had
Fortina's
mentioned.
last question.
Part is my last question?
Yeah.
Oh, see, I told you it was challenging. Quit laughing, Mark. Okay. I think you addressed this, but others have addressed it in certain ways, and I asked it in a previous group. But we know that there are a lot of kids that are withdrawn in class, they're shy. Doesn't mean they're not good students. They would be good students. They just, they're not interactive. In the distance learning environment, they've been doing well. So what have we learned in terms of strategies that we can utilize when we go back to full-time in-person instruction?
That's an excellent point. And that is something that we are working on, especially with a few specific students for various reasons, like almost will not speak in class. And so we are working on building the confidence to be able to ask questions and ask for help through the private chat. And even one student, we have kind of an arrangement to where he has to ask 2 questions a day. One of which can be something he already knows the answer to. So just getting that practice of asking questions or participating on some level to help build that confidence. And so that when we come back into the classroom, it carries over. And he's actually already moved on from asking in private chat. And now he averages about once a day participating through Zoom out loud in front of classmates. So we're making some progress. And just really building the confidence up so that continues.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I do have more, but my esteemed president has told me I'm done.
Well, it is 3:34. I'm just trying to respect time. That's in my job description. Dr. Martinez-Soler.
So
you need to mute Carmine, please. Mr. Fortina, if you'll mute.
I believe many of my colleagues have answered some of the similar questions I had. Overall, I appreciate and thank you for all the work that you are doing at the site level. You mentioned how you're working with mental health, how important that is, the equity work that was mentioned also by the different sites. And then also going to the hot spots and the connectivity. I believe Dillard had brought that up as well, how you're trying to make sure that the students are accessing the tools they need so they are successful, which I feel is really key. Also, just going over each of you, I had written down a bunch of notes on as each of you were talking. And I really feel like this region is a strong region overall from the information that has been presented, and your wealth of expertise and knowledge and experience of working in the district is really a testament to this as well, from what I can see. I also wanted to applaud Calvine for mentioning those students who will be recognized at the end of this year. I can speak firsthand. One of my nephews at last year was able to actually was selected as one of the speakers at the ceremony. So, and he's now at a community college. So your work is truly a testament for reaching some of those students who need that extra touch. I like to say that connectivity. And hopefully now in this distance learning, given the pandemic, we're able to provide that more. I did want to ask just one follow-up question because of the time strengths. I know a number of other regions in the previous meeting we had today had mentioned how they are conducting family surveys. So I just wanted to ask maybe one or two of you, if you wouldn't mind answering, have you conducted the surveys and what are some of the feedback that you're receiving from the parents or the students regarding distance learning?
I can start answering that. We have done a couple of different surveys, and the first one went out. It was a common survey for the school, but it went out through the teachers. What we really wanted to get was feedback from families to teachers about how things were going in the classroom. And what was interesting about the whole process was it was at the beginning of the year. I want to say it was perhaps the beginning of September when we rolled out that first survey. And there was a lot of apprehension on the part of the teachers about the feedback that they were going to get back. We're still doing something new for us. We couched it here as this is input that we need to get so that we improve in this new practice for us. What was interesting was, other than some feedback which was anticipated, we want to be back in school, we need to be back in school, kids need to be in person. The lion's share of the feedback that teachers received with regards to what they were working on and what they needed to improve on and what the strengths were was it was overwhelmingly positive and affirmative of the things that they had going on. And that was just something that was so valuable for us. There was some learning moments in the data, but for the teachers to go from apprehensive about collecting this survey information to being affirmed for what they were doing, it was a win-win-win in terms of doing that survey.
Thank you for that feedback. I'll turn it over to you, Madam President.
I'm interested, how many questions did you have?
Oh, goodness. I would have to go back to the Google document. There were probably 10 questions or so. Teachers could add questions to it if they wanted to add to it, but we had a core of, I want to say 9 or 10 questions. They included some things like if there was one thing that you wanted to tell, or if there were 2 or 3 things that you wanted to tell. I think that's how it was written. If you want me as the site teacher to tell the principal, what would they be? So there were good questions, and there was certain data that got passed straight along to me, and it was questions like that. But like I said, it was set up so that it was written from parent to the teacher and not like it was coming to me as an administrator, because it didn't come straight to me. It came through the funnel of the teacher.
So did the region compile everything together as a whole regional report?
This was my site data, Mr. Perez.
Oh, so it wasn't a regional survey, just one school?
The particular survey I'm speaking of was just a site survey, yes.
Okay. Well, were there other surveys done at other schools in your region? Anybody?
Yeah, Pleasant Grove did a survey. Very similar to what Mike described, and the outcome was also similar. Overwhelmingly positive, appreciative of the work of teachers, and then several, they want to come back to school.
I would concur as well as our virtual coffee chats are a chance for parents to give feedback on our current practice. You know, I've had early on in the school year, kind of like a back to school night. We had upwards of over 150 parents participating. They left us messages in the chat. Most were positive and affirming of the things that we'd been doing. you know, like Mike said, there were some parents that said that we should be back to school immediately in person. So you get kind of a mixed bag, but there was specific feedback. So informally through the chats on these Zooms with parent meetings is a way, and then as well as some survey data as well. So agree.
Thank you.
You good, Mr. Perez?
No.
Okay.
Well, I just want to make it for the record, Mr. Forcino was on the questioning 16 minutes. So I'm not sure 4 minutes to 16 minutes. I could have had time.
Yes, and he used yours.
Yes, yes, 16 minutes.
Okay, noted. All right, I am the last person. I just have 4 quick things. The first thing, which I've asked every school that's here today, is what you're doing that's excellent, please share. Your district has been a leader in your region has been a leader in our district for sharing, and I appreciate that. But I recently talked to a teacher that, I know you as Miss Patty. I don't even know how to say your last name correctly. Miss Height? I'm sorry, Patty, I can't think, I'm not sure the correct pronunciation of your last name. I call you Miss Patty. So I talked to one of your teachers and she's done some incredible stuff on Seesaw. Push it up, please. Push it up and share it. You've frozen on us. Just your teachers are going above and beyond. I know they're spending hours recreating things. They are creating Google Forms. Please push those up the line so the district can share them throughout. There's no reason to have people treading water away from each other when we can be working together. And I know you have that strength in your region. I'm very hopeful, but your region is an asset to everybody. And just so let's keep pushing those items up the chain so we can share them, please. Deirdre, what I have come through your parking lot weekly on foot and by car, and they probably think I'm a creep. So it is very exciting to see what's happening over there. But I'm the little lady out there looking. Others had shared where we were above a 3.0 and below a 2.0 in our grades and the differences from last year. And I'm just going to trust that you're looking at that data and that we're just doing the dive we can to not lose our little people and our big people. So please take care of them. That's it for me. 28 students from Calvine's thrilling. Just love that. Thank you very much for being here today. It's been a long day. I'm sure you guys have longer days on Zoom, so I will not complain at all. You guys are superstars. I'm always proud to call you my region. It's my school district, my region. So thank you to the people near me. And I'm sorry I can't come see all of you this year like I have yet. I look forward to that day. So this will conclude our virtual special board meeting. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, principals. I appreciate it so much. And board, thank you for hanging with us all day. Appreciate it very, very much. Be safe.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.